Okay. Everything looking alright so far? See if we can get this working out. Okay. Yeah, should be working. Oh, should probably fix the resolution. Okay. All right. Cool. So. All right. Been looking forward to this. Just getting a bit of coffee. So, Dragon Age. I've been obsessed with this series since I was a teenager. I have this game on disc somewhere. And I debated with myself for a while whether I was going to start with Origins, because it's definitely more in the old school BioWare style. It's closer in design philosophy to something like Knights of the Old Republic than to, say, Mass Effect. But that said, there is just so much introduced and so much done in this game that has knock-on effects through the entire rest of the series that I decided I couldn't, in good conscience, skip it. We're going to be starting with a new game here, and I have plotted out the decisions, like the major turning points that I'm going to be making in these playthroughs ahead of time. Some of them might be a little questionable, but trust me that it's all for the sake of the larger narrative going forward. Okay? Okay. Oh, we're romancing different people with each game. I may or may not do Leliana in this one. I'm not sure. It doesn't really have that much of an effect on the plot in Origins, at least. Anyway. Off we go. Also, the golden city is blackened with each step you take in my hall. Marvel at perfection, for it is fleeting. You've brought sin to heaven and doom upon all the world. Canticle of Threnides, 13.
The chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead, they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption.
Sorry for the echo there.
They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. Grey Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness, and prevailed. has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. It may even be too late, for I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
Okay, so, not your mama's Lord of the Rings, in case you couldn't tell. Funny thing about the whole Darkspawn deal. David Gator, the main writer behind this game and for a fair amount of the series' background, didn't originally want to put, like, mindless mob enemies into the game, but it was pretty much mandated by the business people behind his paycheck, so he had to figure something out, and what he eventually came to was, what if Sauron was a plague instead of a person? That's a fascinating fucking idea, in my opinion. So, race and class. As that little pop-up said a minute ago, every combination thereof results in a different prologue, basically. You get a different opening level. And it doesn't really matter for most of these, but if you are going specifically for the city elf background, that does change depending on your gender. So a lot of modular gameplay being shown here. We're going to go with elves because that background offers, I think, the best prologue for games ahead of this one. You'll understand why when we get there. And for class, I am going to go with warrior because it is the most straightforward. This isn't like a gameplay stream. I'm not going to be showing off some complicated build. I am playing it on easy. And we're going Dalish. Now, people are kind of hit or miss on the Dalish origin. Some people say that it really doesn't matter enough in this game compared to other things because it doesn't... In most of the other origins, you get kind of like a return to home check-in sort of a thing. And you do get that with the Dalish, but theirs is the most thinly written out of the 6. City Elf, just fair warning, if anybody decides to play this game for themselves and they want to start here, this is really intense. Like, trigger warning, everything. But we're not going there. We're starting Dalish.
Greetings.
I am not going to get too deep into the whole character creation process here. Just go with this. I've always liked this particular tattoo combination the best. Interestingly enough, this tattoo, Valislin, as it's called, blood writing, this one, I don't think ever comes up again in the future games. Which is interesting, considering what the Valislin is based on, but we'll get there when we get there. Let's see, I want something kind of messy, but long. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that. Bushy eyebrows. Rest should be hunky-dory. Maybe make the background a little clearer here. Yeah, that'll do. And I'll go
Greetings.
Experienced. I'm just going to be keeping the names default in this game and all the ones ahead. So our character is named Lina Maharil. Loading up on dexterity, since I'm going to go 2-weapon fighting, and like strength is important, as is constitution. Actually, yeah, I'll stick one in constitution. You need kind of a balance of both if you're going for 2-weapon fighting in this game. So, if you're following in this, just know that ahead of time. I'll go with coercion for, again, reasons that will be obvious later. For passives, do weapon training. Oh, right, I get another one. Yeah. No, actually, that one's better. And as I said before, we're playing on easy. This isn't like a hardcore run or anything. I'm just getting through it for the story. Fair warning, again. This is an older game. So if you start one up yourself, playing on normal is going to be a lot more difficult than you expect it to be. I consider easy a pretty decent balance of challenge and, you know, expedience.
You were born amidst the Dalish elves, noble wanderers who refused to join the society of humans that subjugated their homeland so long ago. The Dalish travel the land in tightly knit clans, struggling to maintain their half-forgotten lore in a human world that fears and despises them. You spend your time hunting with your clanmate Tamlin in the forests, and as is sometimes the case, your quarry is not always the local wildlife.
It's a Dalish!
And you three are somewhere you shouldn't be.
Let us pass, Elf. You have no right to stop us.
No? We will see about that, won't we? You're just in time. I found these humans lurking in the bushes. Bandits, no doubt.
We aren't bandits, I swear. Please don't hurt us.
You Shemlin are pathetic. It's hard to believe you ever drove us from our homeland.
We've never done nothing to you, Dalish. We didn't even know this forest was yours.
This forest isn't ours, fool. You've stumbled too close to our camp. You Shems are like vermin. We can't trust you not to make mischief. What do you say, Lethaline? What should we do with him?
Let's find out what they're doing here. That seems relevant. I mean, he said they might be bandits, but look at these schmucks. They don't seem ready for violence.
Does it matter? Hunting or banditry, we'll need to move camp if we let them live.
Look, we didn't come here to be trouble. We just found a cave.
Yes, a cave. With ruins like I've never seen. We thought there might be,
Treasure? So you're more akin to thieves than actual bandits.
We know this forest. There are caves, but no ruins. You lie.
But I have proof. Here, we found this just inside the entrance.
This stone has carvings. Is this Elvish? Written Elvish?
There's more in the ruins. We didn't get very far in, though.
How do you know that's Elvish, Tamlin? As you may have picked up, the Dalish are a diaspora, first and foremost, so their language is dead and dying. It is very weird and very notable if you find something in written Elvish.
I've seen something similar on the Keeper's scrolls. And this is all you found? Why didn't you look for more?
There was a demon. It was huge with black eyes. Thank the Maker we were able to outrun it.
A demon. Where is this cave?
Just off the west, I think. There's a cave in the rock face and a huge hole just inside.
Well, do you trust them? Shall we let them go?
So, this is as good a time as any to talk about something that kind of sets Dragon Age apart from the rest of BioWare's catalog. In most BioWare games, like, one of the defining factors of a BioWare game really is a morality system, right? You get your light side points, you get your dark side points, and usually it's best to, like, commit to one and see that route, quote-unquote, all the way through. Dragon Age, notably, completely lacks a system like this. Like, in Dragon Age 2, there's a bit of an attitude system, but that doesn't have the same knock-on effects that an actual imposed binary morality would. Which is to say, making questionable decisions and deciding between two undesirable outcomes is going to be something you see and do a lot of in these games. For example, kill one. The others will make sure no one else comes.
No! No, wait! You can't do this!
Well, shall we see if there's any truth to this story? These carvings make me curious.
Shouldn't we inform the Keeper?
She might be interested in these carvings, but let's see if there's anything more before we get excited. Besides, we're already here. Now, they said it was to the west.
Oh, buddy. If you think we're starting dark, I can't wait for you to see the entire rest of the game.
Come on already, let's look for this cave. They said it was to the west.
You're going to be getting a lot of codex entries in this game. It is, after all, basically made to introduce the setting. Which, I don't know if you caught this, but the name of the setting, Thetis, if you take that as an acronym, the Dragon Age setting. Yeah. Yeah. Gator's an interesting guy. Okay. It's paused, which means there's a fight coming up. This is classic for any RPG. Of course, it's forest animals.
Only one shall stand! Excellent!
We did it!
Yeah, Baldur's Gate it ain't, but I think it's still fun enough. Ooh, Dead Hala. Notable thing about this Dead Hala, if you look at it, that doesn't look like the kind of wound that a wolf would make, does it? Its throat was cut. Something worth noting. Over here is a locked chest, and we can't do anything with that because we didn't decide to start as a rogue. You will see a lot of these over the course of the prologues. None of them will be accessible if you're a rogue. There are even... they even show up in the mage backgrounds in which there is no possible way anybody could actually open them. So that's fun. Okay, I'm not going to do this for a lot of things, but in this particular case, I'm just going to read the Brazilian Forests Codex entry, because I think it's fucking great. There are places in the Brazilian forest where the veil is so thin the difference between awake and dreaming is next to nothing. In one such place, a woodshaper was born under such unfortunate stars that his mother named him Abelas, which means sorrow, and he lived up to his name. He could keep no apprentices, and lost his stock of bows in mishap after mishap, until finally he had nothing. The rest of the clan began to fear that his ill luck would harm them too, and whispered among themselves of casting him out. Abelas heard them, and resolved to change his luck, and so went into the forest alone to seek a suitable tree from which to make bows. At last he spied a young rowan growing beside a stream. He drew his axe, and the tree cried out in fear, begging to be spared. But Abelas said, "If I do not take your life, mine will surely end." With 2 strokes, he felled the tree. From the tree, he made the finest 3 bows he had ever crafted. Pleased, Abelas returned to camp and gave his bows to the hunters at once. By nightfall, however, the camp was in an uproar. The hunters had returned with braces of hairs which, when cut open, revealed only worms and sawdust. The elder said it was a sign that the hunters had robbed some spirit of its host, for it is well known that spirits do not go about the waking world on their own, but inhabit another creature's body. The elder worked a charm to banish the spirit back to the Fade, and the clan went to sleep hungry. The next day, the hunters brought back a doe, and again the beast bled sawdust. Now the clan began to fear the spirit would starve them, and wondered what they had done to deserve it. Abelas came forward then and told of the rowan tree. The elder considered for a long time before declaring that they must replace what Abelas had taken from the spirit. So he sent the hunters to dig up a rowan sapling and bring it, living, to the camp. There the elder ordered the sapling planted and appealed to the spirit for forgiveness. There was a terrible sound then, as if the whole forest were crying out in protest. Darkness fell upon the camp, though it was just past midday, and when the darkness passed, a rowan grove, every tree bearing the frozen face of a terrified elf, stood where the camp had been. From then on, it was forbidden in every clan to cut living trees in the Brazilian forest. The spirits know nothing of forgiveness. From The Rowan Grove, a Dalish Tale. From Ferelden Folklore and History, by Sister Petrin, Chantry Scholar. Few notable things about this whole codex entry. We've been introduced to a couple of new ideas: the Veil, the Fade, spirits, and how they behave. All that will be outlined better ahead of the rest of the game, but it's good to know now, ahead of time. Another notable thing, the name of the author here, Sister Petrin, Chantry Scholar. The Chantry is like the main human church, so that this story was recorded by an organization classically hostile to elves, particularly the Dalish ones. We have to wonder if maybe some of the elements here might have been changed for a human audience. Just something to bear in mind. Fruit.
Right.
We're going to spend so much of this series picking up elf fruit. It's the component for a basic healing item. So.
This should be easy enough.
Okay, worth mentioning here. Although that's a reasonable thing to pick up from rubble, loot is actually randomized in this game. So.
This must be the cave. I don't recall seeing this before, do you?
No, and that worries me. We should be wary.
Always the careful one. Fine, but I'm not running back until I know there's something worth making a fuss over. Come on, let's at least see what's there. How dangerous could it be?
Obviously, Tamlin hasn't been reading the lore. Gather your party and venture forth. It's such a fucking... That's a classic RPG-ass line.
It looks like the Shem was telling the truth. But these ruins look more human than elven.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Oh, right, okay. I hope y'all appreciate what I'm going to be putting myself through in this prologue for the sake of the story. You can guess what that sack means. Yeah.
Desperation is a public perfume.
Well, Well, at least the spiders have money on them, I guess. Paying for their spider taxes. Oh, it's locked. Is there... I forget if there was another egg sack up here somewhere. No, I don't think so. Yeah, we're not done with the spiders. Just taking a moment here to appreciate this whole game is so gorgeous when it comes to like landscape and setting design. You're gonna notice that a lot. There's a very painterly style to the way the world is portrayed. I fucking love it.
As you wish.
Oh right, traps. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, we're not a rogue.
This should be easy.
Look at this mess! I love it!
On your guard!
Fucking bugs. There we go. Oh yeah, it's a lot of fire. Ooh, I think these are actually, yeah, these are much better than the armor I have right now. Boop.
Let's get started.
So, another thing about playing the warrior. There's really kind of no way for you to detect traps either, so you kinda just have to tank shit. Oh, I guess Tamlin took the brunt of that one.
Careful, these creatures look a mite upset.
Less fighting, more dying, blast you!
Prepare to die!
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
This origin so much. Oh, this loops back around to that opening hallway, so we could have cut through here, but we kind of need all the experience we can get, at least in the early game.
As you wish.
We're not. There is a whole deep, like, crafting and alchemy system in this game, but we're not going to be getting into it too much.
I can't believe this. You recognize this statue, don't you?
It's worn, but it looks vaguely familiar.
Back when our people lived in Arlathan, statues like these honored the creators. When the Shems enslaved us, much of that lore was lost. This looks like human architecture, with the statue of our people. Can these ruins date back to the time of Arlathan?
Yeah, alchemy does, in fact, cost an arm and a leg. It's more the traditional bubble, toil and trouble kind of alchemy in this game. It's interesting, though. So much of our past is lost to us.
I'd never have guessed ancient elves might have lived here. With humans.
Yeah, that is really fucking weird, isn't it? Humans typically hate and discriminate against elves, so the idea that there's a human dungeon down here with elven iconography around, it's weird. Oh, hey, poison. Oh, hey, zombies.
A little frantic. I can see why.
I love it.
Are those walking corpses?
The little
Let's get started.
Place is haunted.
You're okay. So a thing about something we just picked up, the lesser injury kit. If one of your characters goes down in a fight, like their health reaches 0, they will be automatically resuscitated at the end of combat. But they will be resuscitated with an injury, which is a debility, usually in terms of how often you can actually hit with your attacks. So these injury kits are going to be very useful, especially in the later game when we start getting fucked left, right, and center. Also, I forgot we picked up that dagger, so we can actually use our class now. Properly. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for our health to regenerate a little bit because, well, here's Yogi.
Show me what you've got!
Okay, you've
By the creators! What?
kind of,
What was that thing?
sorry, you've kind of picked up on something interesting there, Java. Ancient human cultural appropriations. That would be a reasonable assumption, but like, look around at this place. You've got elven stylings on the actual doors. You've got elven iconography right next to human iconography. It's melded in a way that implies the people who built this place built it together. That is, as far as anybody in this setting knows, has never happened. This won't come up until much, much,
As you
much
wish.
later in the series, but it is very worth noting now. Pick up this one. Short bow. Sarcophagus. Hey, got a leather belt. Yes, there are belts in this game. Yes, they do suck. So, this thing obviously looks like a bit of a centerpiece, doesn't it? Let's take
This
a
should
look.
be easy enough.
Beautiful, isn't it? I wonder what the writing says.
The Keeper might be able to translate it.
Maybe, but she's not here to help us. Odd that it isn't broken like everything else. Especially with that bear lumbering around in here. I wonder what this writing is for. Maybe this isn't... Hey, did you see that? I think something moved inside the mirror.
Get away from it, Tamlin.
Hold on, I just want to know what it is. Don't you see it? There it is again. Can you feel that? I think it knows we're here. I just need to take a closer look. It's showing me places. I can see some kind of city. Underground. And there's a great blackness. It saw me. Help! I can't look away!
Fucking Tamlin.
Can you hear me? I am very sorry.
Recognize him?
You're awake. You've the god's own luck, Lethalon. You're back at camp. Everyone is worried sick about you. How do you feel?
Worried? Where's Tamlin?
We don't know. The Shem who brought you here saw no sign of him.
We killed a Shem in the forest.
Oh, the Keeper's not going to like that. But I doubt those Shems have anything to do with the one who found you. He was a Grey Warden and appeared out of nowhere with you slung over his shoulder. You were delirious with fever. He said that he found you outside a cave in the forest, unconscious and alone. He left you here and ran off again. The Keeper's been using the old magic to heal you.
Is anyone looking for Tamlin?
Of course. Most of the hunters are off looking for him right now. But the Keeper wanted to talk to you as soon as you awoke. Stay here. I'll get her.
I see you are awake, Dahlan. It is fortunate Duncan found you when he did. I know not what dark power held you, but it nearly bled the life from you. It was difficult even for my magic to keep you alive.
Ah, Keeper Marithari, the first of many MILFs in this game series. I kept telling Tamlin we should have come back.
Do not worry, Dahlan. Even I might have been intrigued enough by such a cave to explore it further. Duncan thought there may have been darkspawn creatures inside the cave. Is that true?
I'm not sure. What does a darkspawn look like?
Like a man, but dark and tainted with evil. Perhaps you fought one in the cave and it wounded you.
There were many monsters and dead men that walked.
Walking corpses? Dark magic, but not darkspawn. I know not what the other creatures might have been. What else did you find? What is the last thing you remember?
A mirror. Tamlin touched it.
A mirror. And it caused all this? I have never heard of such a thing in all the lore we have collected. I was hoping for answers when you woke, but there are only more questions. And Tamlin remains missing. He is more important than any lore in these ruins. If he is as sick as you were, his condition is grave. Duncan returned to the cave to search for Darkspawn, but we cannot rely on him to look for Tamlin as well. We must go ourselves, and quickly. Do you feel well enough to show us the way, Dahlan? Without you, we will not find it.
I don't know. Is my sickness gone?
Your fever broke, and the signs of whatever illness snared you are gone. But truthfully, I don't know if you are free from it or not. I wish I knew more. Still, you seem well enough now. We must watch your condition, but without you we will not find this cave.
Tamlin may already be dead.
Yes, he may very well be. We can only search and pray, Dahlan. You are his last remaining hope.
Then I'm ready to go.
I am relieved to hear it. I am ordering the clan to pack the camp so we can go north. Take Merrill with you to the cave. Find Tamlin if you can, but do it swiftly.
The clan is leaving?
If there is any truth to what Duncan said, then Darkspawn may show up in these parts soon. We must get away from that horde. But that is not our only concern. Did you encounter any other humans out in the forest?
3 of them. We killed one as an example.
So I feared. You have stirred up a hornet's nest, Dahlan. Their village blames us for your actions. As everywhere, our people are not welcome here. We have stayed too long, and we must move on, quickly.
You're going to let those Shemlin drive us off?
Our clan could slaughter their entire village if we cared to, but at the cost of bringing their king's rage down on our heads. These people are simple and have simple fears. This is their land, so we will go peacefully.
Their land, she says. Again, the elves are diaspora in their own home country here, so... To certain elven extremists, this is not, in fact, human land at all. Worth remembering. Why do you want me to take Merrill?
Merrill knows a degree of my magic. Tamlin's chances of surviving the journey back are greater with her help. I also wish for Merrill to see this cave and mirror. She has a sense for these things, and could shed light on the nature of this illness.
But doesn't Meryl risk getting ill as well?
You recovered, and Meryl will too. Still, be careful. Should you come upon this strange mirror again, do not touch it.
Take Meryl to the cave and find Tamlin. I understand.
Go quickly, for Tamlin's life hangs in the balance.
I have questions about this Grey Warden.
When Tamlin's life is at stake? Oh, very well.
She's got a point, but since this is the very beginning of the series, I am going to be asking questions of certain NPCs, just so the world building gets a little bit more fleshed out. That is in large part the point of Origins, to set up the setting of Thedas for future games. I thought the Grey Wardens had disappeared.
Not quite, Dalen. After they defeated the Darkspawn long ago, the Grey Wardens' numbers diminished greatly over the centuries. It seems the humans have little use for them if Darkspawn aren't actively raising their lambs. I suppose the thought of Darkspawn returning one day did not occur to them.
And they returned?
The Grey Warden thinks so. A war may be in the offing. If so, we must get as far away from it as possible.
Reasonable. But could we not help in the battle?
Let the humans fight their battles, as we must fight our own.
Are these Wardens great warriors?
They are the best and most noble of all races, Dalen. Few can achieve their standards.
How did he know where to bring me?
He said he had been looking for our clan and had a hint of our whereabouts. As I said, you were fortunate. It is possible he sought a volunteer to join their order.
I have no more questions about the Grey Warden Keeper.
Then do not tarry. Find Tamlin quickly.
Well, I need more equipment before
Master Island can help you. Go to him and ask to see his stock.
I will do just that. Oh, we'll get to why she knows his name. It will definitely be relevant pretty soon, in fact. Now, I'm not going to be doing this kind of exploring in the rest of the game, but I do want to pick up some of the codex entries and bring your attention to a few things about how Dalish elves live. This is one of the few situations in the entire series where you can actually be inside of the Dalish camp. I think the first was around here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Fen-Harel. This is a statue dedicated to the elven wolf god Fen-Harel, a trickster. Keep Fen-Harel in your mind. Let's talk to Fen-Harel, whose name is unrelated. Don't worry about
Is
it.
the Keeper sending you back to that cave to look for Tamlin?
Yeah, I'm going with Meryl.
I want to go with you. Keeper Marathari probably won't approve, but I can help find Tamlin.
I'm only supposed to take Meryl.
Tamlin's my friend too. I want to help find him. If Meryl can risk it, so can I.
I suppose I won't stop you then.
Good. I'll follow you, just to make sure Meryl doesn't go running to the Keeper when you tell her I'm coming.
Got our first party member here. Kind of.
So you have returned to us, Dalen. We are grateful you're whole and well.
Knowing Tamlin, yeah, he probably does owe him money.
The Shemlen, eh? And I suppose the Shemlen dragged you into that cave, twisted your arms to prevent you from coming to tell the Keeper of it first?
No, that was Tamlin. But you're right, Harren. We should have come back here first.
I suppose your youth can be forgiven. Sadly, Tamlin pays the price.
Ouch.
Losing you would be a terrible crime, Dalen. You belong to more than just yourself, or do you not remember?
I'm sorry, Harren. I'll try harder next time.
Would you even know the reason behind your efforts? I wonder. Let us tell these children of the fall of the Dales. You can honor me by sharing in the telling.
I have important things to do, Harn.
I suppose Tamlin cannot wait for tales. Another time, then.
We'll get back to that whole fall of the Dales thing in a bit. Okay, how many of these were locked?
Right.
That's definitely locked. Cool. We'll actually be unlocking this one a bit later. Hey, Marin.
Anithara, it's good to see you recovered.
How are the Hella faring, Marin?
They fare well. The Keeper called for the clan to move on, and they will be ready to take us. One is heavy with calf, but it shouldn't be a problem. May I ask of Tamlin's fate? Some say the clan will leave before we find him.
We're gonna find him. Don't worry.
The Hala mourn our fallen. No sound is more heart-wrenching than their mourning cry. At least they won't be crying over you. They are quite fond of you.
The Hala are beautiful creatures.
I admire them for their strength and pride. They are equals, not servants like the Shemlin horses. At any rate, I do not envy the Keeper's decision. I'll pray for Tamlin's safe return.
So, you're going to be seeing the Hala come up a lot whenever the Dalish are concerned. They're kind of like their patron animal, and these are what they use to pull the airvels or wagons. That's what all these tent-looking things are. They are also connected particularly to Gilanin, another elven god. This broken moss-covered statue once represented Gilanin. Hey, Meryl. So,
The Keeper told me I'm to accompany you back to those caves. As her apprentice, I may see something you missed. But our main objective is to find Tamlin, of course. We must make haste. He may not have much time.
So, note, Meryl has a staff on her back, which means that she's a mage. Thing about Dalish clans, they don't really outline it clearly this early in the game, but the Keeper, or like the lead elder of a Dalish clan, is almost always a mage, because they can perform healing, protective spells, hide them from humans, etc., etc. And so the first is their apprentice. That's what Meryl is. Many cases, if you get another mage in the clan after that, they get exiled. If there's already a first, and sometimes a second, they will just turn out that mage child into the wilderness. The reason for that will be apparent as we get to know more about how magic works in this setting. Fenriril is coming with us. Any objections?
That depends on the Keeper. I thought we're supposed to go alone.
Should I ask her?
You said the cave is a dangerous place. You want to risk Fenriril getting hurt, or worse?
I should decide whether I'm willing to risk it or not.
Go tell the Keeper that, then.
We'll do that. There's no real need to press it on Meryl. She's not responsible for any of this. Hey, Mom.
I see you have not left with Meryl yet. Is there something you need?
I want to bring Fenriril with us to the cave.
Fenriril? Are you certain? I'm already putting Meryl at risk. I don't want to lose you too.
I want to help Keeper. If we can find Tamlin, it's worth the risk.
Very well, then. You have my permission. And thank you for asking for it.
Keeper Marathari is a reasonable sort, as long as you actually, cooperate with her and don't act like a brat.
You're back. Are you ready to go now?
Well, I don't remember if saying that heading out now actually, like, teleports you to the next area, so...
Master Island could help you, but do not tarry.
We'll take care of a couple other chores first. I forgot about that. She said Master Island would be helping us out with resources. This is Master Island, but we're gonna go talk with these two first.
Ah, it's good you're well. You weren't here when Paul arrived, were you?
I've heard of you. Everyone is talking about you and the other missing hunter. A Grey Warden brought you back here.
You're not Dalish, are you? Look at his face. No tattoos.
That obvious, is it? I just found your camp a couple of days ago. A lucky thing. I heard rumors in a nearby human village that a Dalish camp was close, and I hope to find your hunters in the forest.
You were fortunate I didn't shoot you, Paul. I thought you were a Shem, and a bandit at that. You're not the first city elf to rejoin his people. I'm sure you'll find life among us more satisfying than with the Shems, if no less harsh.
In the alienage, we hear terrible stories about the Dalish. They aren't true, right?
Prove yourself useful, and the clan will be your home.
I'll do my best. I hope we find your missing friend very soon.
So, Cole. He's a city elf, which means he lived in an alienage. That's basically a ghetto for elves. It's gonna be a recurring theme whenever elves come up in human settlements in these games. We're gonna get more into that in Dragon Age 2 in particular, but if we started with the city elf background, we would be in an alienage. God of the Craft, June. This carved wooden head represents June, the elven god of craftsmanship. I wish those flavor texts stuck around a little bit longer. You can't click and see it again. So, you've just got a speed read. Anyway, Elin.
I'm glad you recovered. Once we find Tamlin, we can concentrate on the journey northward.
Thank you for the bow, Master Island. It is light and sturdy, much better than the one I made last year.
You are more than welcome. My father made it and used it in battle against the Clane tribes.
I will carry it with honor.
Could I ask you for a bow as well, Master Island?
One of my own crafting, perhaps?
Yes, thank you.
It may not have a history, but you'll provide one for it soon enough, yes?
Why would you give away your father's bow?
We are all the same clan. His hand is as my hand. I have relinquished nothing. It was my father who first spoke of the Vir Tanadal, the three ways of the hunter. The first is the Vir Asan, the way of the arrow, to reach for our goal unrelenting. The second is the Vir Borasan, the way of the bow, to bend, but not to break. The last is the Vir Adalen, the way of the wood. We are as ancient as the forests, each tree a part of the greater land. All Dalish are united in this. One day, we shall have a homeland again.
May I see your crafts, Master Island?
Of course. Take whatever you need.
First shop. So, first and foremost, we're just going to be selling a bunch of our crap. Boop. This is our new bow from him. We're going to be keeping that. It's notable that in this game, unlike any of the others, you get a lot more options for the weapons you carry. Warriors can have both a bow and a martial weapon. Like, they can still upgrade the bow. So, just worth knowing that. Okay, got a good amount of cash off of that. Let's see if he has anything worth grabbing. Dharmasu. That's definitely worth it. It's not technically any better than the iron dagger we've got right now, but you know, why not? Dalthanu. it's got a little bit less damage and a bit lower of a crit chance, but it has better armor penetration and modifies your strength a bit further. Just interesting, that's all. Elf flight arrows. We're not going to do that, but if you were going for a bow main build, this would be a really good investment. It gives you 6 more to attack, which means they're likelier to hit, and a chance to stun, which is really good because enemies like to close in on you real quick. Don't have enough to afford the good Dalish armor, unfortunately. And he doesn't seem to have any good helms or armors or anything like that. Like with loot, a lot of the times the shopkeepers' inventories are also randomized. Swift Selves, Small Caltrots, yeah, nothing really worth grabbing here. Alright, so, shopping done. Just gonna swap that baby out. As you can see, it's in keeping a little more with the aesthetics. Oh, sorry for the Fenrirel upskirt there.
This should be easy enough.
I could have just picked it up from over here. Okay. Codex on the Fall of Arlathan. We will not be reading that. If we wanted to read every Codex entry, we'd be here all night. So, let's just head to Merrill now. Did you hear the hollow there? Holy shit.
You're back. Are you ready to go now?
Okay, let's head out now.
What about Fenrirel? You didn't think I'd notice him?
Oh, right.
We asked. The Keeper has given her leave.
Then let us make haste while daylight lasts.
She's so trusting. She plays a pretty minor role for now, but we're going to be getting to know Meryl a lot better later on. She's a big part of the reason I picked this origin to begin with.
Yes?
What do you know about the Grey Wardens?
Not much. They're an old order that saved us from Darkspawn in the past, but I thought they died out long ago. I'm told they deserve respect, though it was odd to see a Shem in our camp for so long.
It really is. Like, that almost never happens in camps. So, hey, there's a weird guy over there.
What were those things? Were those Darkspawn?
You're asking me?
I've never seen anything like them. You can smell the evil on them. Where did they come from? Were they here before?
What does evil smell like? Always wondered about that. Like, people keep mentioning how Darkspawn smell, but they don't actually describe it. Maybe they followed the Grey Warden here? That makes sense.
Or he followed them. But why would they come here? And why would he? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's hope we don't find any more of these monsters. Before we go, are you all right? Were you hurt during the fight?
Nothing I won't recover from.
You do look quite pale now that Meryl's mentioned it.
It's just the exertion.
Well, I'll keep an eye on you. You've only just recovered from your illness. But let's not think of that now. We should move on.
To do my level up earlier, so we'll go ahead and take care of that now. Dex a little bit. A couple more in strength so we can actually get the hits to connect. Let's go with... yeah, dual striking is pretty important for a warrior dual wield. In this mode, the character strikes with both weapons simultaneously. Attacks cause more damage, but the character cannot inflict regular critical hits or backstabs. We're not built for crits and backstabs anyway, because we're playing a warrior and not a rogue. So, like, this is kind of the warrior option for dual weapon attacks. forgot to stick poultices on my hotbar. That's important.
I wonder whose camp this is. Do you remember it being here?
I do not. It wasn't here. It's fresh.
The Grey Warden said he was returning to the cave. Perhaps this is his camp. If so, he's not here now. And we've seen no sign of Tamlin. Maybe we should... Wait. Do you hear that?
No forest creatures. It's too quiet.
Exactly. The forest is too... still. Something's in the air. Something unnatural.
Perhaps we'll see more walking corpses. That seems par for the course today.
Would they come outside the cave? That would not be good.
That's an understatement.
The sooner we find this cave and Tamlin, the sooner we can leave. Take us there quickly.
Okay, more of these fellas.
I'll follow your lead!
This should be easy enough.
Excellent! Didn't miss anything. We just found what Meryl believes to be Duncan's camp over here. So he's gone on ahead of us, is what that implies. Almost forgot to switch back to the bow weapon. I should stick the scout bow here, because that's better. But we're going to be going melee for the most part. It'll be very handy to have the bow later on. For now, we really only need the melee. Gather your party and venture forth. Still love that. Okay. Seems familiar.
So these are the ruins. Interesting. They're definitely of human origin, yet elven artifacts are scattered amongst them. Nothing explains the monsters, though. But we must find Tamlin, or what's left of him. I can't imagine he's still alive with those creatures about.
Don't talk like that. You don't know.
You're right. We should explore farther before I go on about my fears. I'm sorry.
So, Darkspawn corpses. We know we didn't put those there, so it seems like Duncan's gone way ahead of us. Did he even wait at all before coming in here? Did he drop me off? Worth wondering.
You're getting put on with your plate! Get them all! You've bitten off more than you can chew!
If you notice, those guys are going down a lot quicker. Having Meryl in your party is really good. Mages have the best DPS in this entire game. For sure. That comes at several deep costs. But if you're going for a damage run, that's worth it. Ow. Now, that definitely wasn't here before. There's the zombies we got last time. And this... I don't see Tamlin anywhere around here, but that's our guy.
So you were the one fighting Darkspawn. I thought I heard combat. You're the elf I found wandering the forest, aren't you? I'm surprised you have recovered.
Yeah, thanks for not clearing out the entire place, man. I don't know you, human, nor do I owe you anything.
Even if you didn't owe this human your life, a Grey Warden deserves respect.
She owes me nothing. It was my duty to return an injured Dalish to your clan. Your people have always been allies with the Grey Wardens.
I suppose I should at least thank you.
You're quite welcome. Perhaps you'll do the same for me sometime. My name is Duncan, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The last time we spoke, you were barely conscious.
Andaran Atishan, Duncan of the Grey Wardens. I am Meryl, the Keeper's apprentice.
And I am Fenarel. Did you come here alone, human? Battling all those creatures?
Yes, though I must admit you took a great deal of pressure off me. Your keeper did not send you after me, did she? I told her I would be in no danger.
We were looking for our brother Tamlin.
So, you and your friend Tamlin both entered this cave, and you saw this mirror.
Yes, Tamlin touched the mirror and I blacked out.
I see. That's unfortunate. The Grey Wardens have seen artifacts like this mirror before. It is Tevinter in origin, used for communication. Over time, some of them simply break. They become filled with the same taint as the Darkspawn. Tamlin's touch must have released it. It's what made you sick. And Tamlin too, I presume.
We're going to be hearing a lot more about Tevinter later, but long story short, it's a nation ruled by a class of mage nobility. So you're going to see a lot of magical artifacts and weird spooky shit coming out of Tevinter. And we should destroy it, though.
I agree. So long as the mirror exists, it is a threat to anyone nearby.
I do not fear this sickness. The Keeper knows how to cure it.
She may have weakened it, but she cannot cure it. Your recovery is only temporary. I can sense the sickness in you, and it is spreading. Look inside yourself, and you will see.
I don't know if I believe you, human.
Confirm it with your keeper later if you like. For now, we must deal with the mirror. It is a danger. It is done. Now let's leave this cursed place. I must speak with the Keeper immediately regarding your cure.
What about Tamlin?
There is nothing we can do.
I'm alive. He could be too.
Let me be very clear. There is nothing you can do for him. He's been tainted for 3 days now, unaided. Through your Keeper's healing arts and your own willpower, you did not die, but Tamlin has no chance. Trust me when I say that he is gone. Now we should return.
That's kind of a funny thing to say, seeing his willpower is one of our dump stats, but whatever.
The Darkspawn would have taken it.
Why would they take his body? Not to eat it, I hope.
Darkspawn are evil creatures, and it's best to leave it at that. I'm sorry.
I'm not ready to give up the search just yet.
If you prefer, I can wait outside while you look around, but I assure you, he will not be here. I suggest, however, leaving sooner rather than later. You are sick whether you feel it or not, and it does you no good to linger.
I just want to look around to make sure.
As you wish. I will see you back at camp.
Meryl, you've been a bit quiet. What do you think about this whole thing?
The Grey Warden is waiting for us outside. He's probably right, Tamlin isn't here. We should return to camp.
That little crack in her voice at the end always gets me. Now, something most people miss when they start this origin. There's a whole little cave back here with some pretty decent loot if you want to go for it. I'm sure this won't be a problem, all these corpses. Oh, look, I can level up again. Didn't notice that. Alright, let's get our dex up a little more and put another point in Constitution. We'll need all we can get. As for this, improved combat training. Good to have. We'll go with a dual weapon sweep. Again, good to have. Chest, can't unlock that. Strange statue. Statue commemorating the emergence of a short-lived trading relationship with the dwarves. So, weird. There's building artifacts here too. It's a buildings. I know the combat doesn't look terribly exciting. The other games are
Let's get started.
much flashier with it. But for now, we're very much in the, like, almost an isometric RPG level of fidelity. Anyway, Meryl was, in fact, right. We aren't going to find Tamlin here. We can look through the whole place, but he will not be showing up. If you're wondering what's over there, it's just a loop that leads back. This is technically the quicker route. Concentrated venom and lure potions. Alright, Audi.
I'm relieved you have returned, and I did not expect to see you again so soon, Duncan.
I was not expecting to return so soon either, Keeper.
Dare I ask of Tamlin? What did you find of him?
Nothing. He's gone.
I see. Meryl, what about the mirror? Did you bring anything back?
I can answer that, Keeper. I destroyed the mirror.
I intended to use it to find a cure for this mysterious illness. I trust you had good reasons for your actions.
There is much to discuss, Keeper. I have learned a great deal since I was last here.
Let us speak privately within my Aravel then, Duncan. Meryl, warn the hunters. If Darkspawn are about, I want the clan prepared.
Manuvinen, Keeper. Right away.
Darlene, allow me some time to speak with Duncan. Seek us out at my Aravel later, and we can discuss your cure.
Why can't we discuss it now?
Because I must talk to your Keeper first. It will not take long.
Tell Haren Pyvel what has occurred. He now has the sad task of preparing a service for the dead. Follow me, Duncan. I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so we have our work. We're spreading the news of Tamlin's demise. He's the guy we talked to get that particular ball rolling, but I just want to see if... Actually, no, I don't think we can talk to her yet. How's Meryl
I
doing?
wish we'd had more time to examine those artifacts. Perhaps another time, if the Keeper thinks it's wise.
I see you have not returned with young Tamlin. Are we to assume the worst?
The Grey Warden says he will not be found.
A sad day for our clan. I know you and Tamlin were friends. My condolences on your loss.
Thank you, Master Island.
May the creators guide your path.
No, I'm
Ah,
gonna sell you
back
shit,
again?
Master Island.
Of course. Take whatever you need.
You don't really need delirium potions, and they get us a good bit of coins, so it's worth selling those. Dark root extract. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, we have a good bit of gold now, so I'm thinking, yeah, we can afford better Dalish armor now. Worth getting that, I think. Notice the encumbrance is based on like a amount of things and not the weight of the things in your inventory. That's pretty much how these games work. In any case.
It was good to meet you. Perhaps I'll get to hunt with you someday.
Never seen a Shemlin city. What's it like?
You've never been to a city? Surely you've at least visited a town.
We occasionally trade with the Shemlin in small villages, but only a few in the clan can undertake that task.
I can't imagine never having seen a city. It's crowded, with buildings all squeezed together. There are people everywhere, and it always stinks.
And elves live with the Shemlin?
Only if they're servants. Most of us live in a part of the city called an alienage, separated from the humans by walls. That's where all the poorest folk live. Laborers, dockhands, and thieves. And that's if you're lucky.
Hardly sounds like freedom.
We don't think about it like that. To most folks, that's just how it is.
We hear city elves don't know what it means to be elven.
Well, back in the city we hear the same about you. Stories about Dalish bandits attacking people for no reason.
We would never resort to banditry.
I'm just saying that's what we hear. And it's elves who say these things too, not humans.
They just don't know the truth.
Even if they did, I honestly don't think most of them would want to leave. Wandering and hunting doesn't sound like much of a life.
At least they would live as free men, and as equals.
Maybe. But to most elves I know, the only difference between them and humans is how much coin they have. Coin is the great equalizer, not living free.
Do elves from the city learn to fight or shoot a bow?
Andraste's mercy, no. No one is allowed to walk around with any weapon. Fighting just gets you arrested. And I've never had to leave the city before. Much less learn how to hunt.
So, that minced oath he used earlier, Andraste's mercy. We're going to be hearing a lot about Andraste over the course of this entire series, but long story short, it's like what if Joan of Arc was a Christ figure, basically.
Of course. I hope to see you again.
Alright. Let's go talk with the Haran. Which, his name isn't actually Haran. Haran is a title. It's like the village elder, storyteller, guy who takes care of the kids. Yeah, usually a man, not necessarily always.
So you return with the Grey Warden, but without Tamlin. What happened, Dalen? Is he truly lost to us?
It's my fault. I failed the clan.
You've done nothing of the sort, Dalen. Do not blame yourself. It seems the will of the creators that I sing the dirge for those I held in my arms as babes. I think I know why our immortal ancestors would sleep. Swiftly do stars burn a path across the sky, hastening to place one last kiss upon your eye. Tenderly land enfolds you in slumber, softening the rolling thunder. Dagger now sheathed, bow no longer tense. During this, your last hour, only silence.
Will you prepare a service for Tamlin, please?
Of course. We've no body to return to the soil, but we shall still sing for Tamlin. The creators must come to guide him to the beyond. Tell the Keeper, it shall be done before the clan is ready to move on.
Thank you, Hara.
I ask only one thing, if I may. This Grey Warden. You have met him now, yes? Is he a good man?
He seems honorable for a Shemlin.
Interesting. What is it he talks to the Keeper about, I wonder? Perhaps you should go and ask.
Let's hear that story you mentioned before.
You certainly don't need to ask an old storyteller twice. Children, hear of the fall of the Dales. Hear the tale of what makes you Dalish. Would you care to begin, Dalen?
Well, children, it starts with a mommy and daddy elf.
Let us start with the history that makes us Dalish. When we were slaves. Yes, slaves to a terrible empire the humans built on the darkest magic. When it fell, we became free. We built a homeland in the Dales, worshipping the creators, and rebuilding the culture and history we lost in our long years of slavery. But the humans would not leave us be. They were resentful, because we would not worship their gods, and because we put our people first. Over the years, their nations grew cold toward the Dales. In their eyes, we were blasphemers and cruel tyrants. A war erupted. The humans invaded our homeland in the name of their one god, denouncing our sacrilegious nation. And so the Dales fell. They took our lands and dispersed our people, forcing us to live in their cities and abandon our gods. But many of us refused to relinquish our ways. We instead chose to scatter to the winds, wandering the lands. To survive and preserve our culture, the clans stay apart until the day the Elvenan have a homeland once more. We shall then return the old ways to those of our people who have lost them. We are the Dalish, keepers of the lost lore, walkers of the lonely path.
We are the last Elvenan. Never again shall we submit.
The oath of the Dales. And no smart-mouthed comment. Thank the creators for small mercies. I will let you get on with your business now.
Did elves ever live in caves?
I've never heard of such a thing. But in the days of ancient Arlathan, we lived free and spread far across the continent. We were as varied as the Shemlin, though fewer in number. Perhaps some of us lived in caves then, but all knowledge from that era is lost.
Yeah, the only road that they have ever known. That is true. Now, we could listen to a whole lot more exposition here, but we don't really need to. We've gotten the high level. The Dales had been marched on by the human empires, specifically the Empire of Orlais, under the banner of the Chantry, the Church of Andraste. They led something called an Exalted March, but that's basically just another word for a crusade, like the classical crusades. It was a whole
Of
thing.
course. May the gods guide your path, Dalen.
Okay. There's somebody else we get to talk to, but I don't think we get to do that just yet. Yeah, not until we talk with the Keeper again, which is, I believe, my next objective. Unless, no. Yeah, here they are. Hey, Dunk.
Your Keeper and I have spoken, and we've come to an arrangement that concerns you. My order is in need of help. You are in need of a cure. When I leave, I hope you will join me. You would make an excellent Grey Warden.
What does this have to do with my cure?
Everything, I'm afraid. The darkspawn taint courses through your veins. That you recovered at all is remarkable. But eventually the taint will sicken and kill you, or worse. The Grey Wardens can prevent that. but it means joining us.
Can't you just give me the cure?
The cure is only found by joining the Grey Wardens. As sole protectors against the Darkspawn, we're granted some immunity to the taint. But this is not charity. We enlist only the worthy, and you have certainly proven yourself. Should you join, it's unlikely you'll ever be able to return here.
Let's just keep in mind what he said there. You have certainly proven yourself. In his eyes, I'm already able to take part in the joining. Just keep that in mind. Is the clan sending me away?
A great army of Darkspawn gathers in the south. A new blight threatens the land. We cannot outrun this storm. Long ago, the Dalish agreed to aid the Grey Wardens against a blight should that day arrive. We must honor that agreement. It breaks my heart to send you away, as it would to watch you die slowly from this sickness. This is your duty and your salvation.
So, blight. They keep saying that word, and it's capitalized. Blights are a big fucking deal. In all of the recorded history of Thedas, up until now, only 4 have ever happened. The last one was hundreds of years ago. So another blight coming around? Kind of a big fucking deal. Is this the only way?
Who knows what the future holds? Here, our paths diverge. You may never find us again. I cannot express my sadness at sending one of our daughters off into such danger. Away from the clan that loves her. But if this is what the Creators intend for you, Dalen, meet your destiny with your head held high. No matter where you go, you are Dalish. Never forget that.
If this is my duty, then I will go. You can refuse to go with him, but if you do, he just invokes a rite of conscription and forces you. I don't particularly want to have that kind of relationship with Duncan, so let's go.
I welcome you to the Order. It is rare to have a Dalish amongst us, but they have always served with distinction.
I know you'll do your clan proud, Dalen. Take this ring. It is your heritage, and will protect you against the darkness to come.
A valuable gift. So, are you ready to go?
I would like to stay for Tamlin's funeral.
We have much ground to cover, but I cannot deny you that. Say your farewells. Then we must be off.
Come then, Dalen. Before the Creators guide you from us, let your clan embrace you one last time.
Bittersweet. But that concludes the character.
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korkari Wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostagar long ago to prevent the Wilders from invading the northern lowlands. It's fitting we make our stand here, even if we face a different foe within that forest. The King's forces have clashed with the Darkspawn several times, but here is where the bulk of the Horde will show itself. There are only a few Grey Wardens within Ferelden at the moment, but all of us are here. This blight must be stopped, here and now. If it spreads to the north, Ferelden will fall.
Ho there, Duncan.
King Kaelan. I didn't expect a
royal welcome? I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun.
Not if I could help it, Your Majesty.
Then I'll have the mighty Duncan at my side in battle after all. Glorious. The other wardens told me you'd found a promising recruit. I take it this is she?
Allow me to introduce you, Your Majesty.
There's no need to be so formal, Duncan. We'll be shedding blood together after all. Ho there, friend. Might I know your name?
I'm no friend of yours, human lord.
You've got yourself a lively one, Duncan. And I was beginning to think the wardens were all stodgy priests. You are Dalish, are you not? I hear your people possess remarkable skill and honor.
Too bad the same can't be said of yours.
We do sometimes seem experts at fear and treachery, but not always. I tell you this, you are very welcome here. The Grey Wardens will benefit greatly with you amongst them. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with his strategies.
Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in less than a week.
Ha! Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
I didn't realize things were going so well.
I'm not even sure this is a true blight. There are plenty of darkspawn on the field, but alas, we've seen no sign of an archdemon.
Disappointed, Your Majesty?
I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. But I suppose this will have to do. I must go before Loghain sends out a search party. Farewell, Grey Wardens.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here.
He didn't seem to take the Darkspawn very seriously.
True. Despite the victory so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now, they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling.
Why not? He seems to regard the Grey Wardens highly. Actually, no. You could if he were not such a fool.
You must not speak of the king so. He is overeager, perhaps, but he is also one of the few Grey Warden allies. Our numbers in Ferelden are too few. We must do what we can, and look to Teyrn Loghain to make up the difference. To that end, we should proceed with the joining ritual without delay.
What do you mean? What ritual? Hot meal might be nice first.
I agree. We have until nightfall to begin the ritual. Every recruit must go through a secret ritual we call the joining in order to become a Grey Warden. The joining is what will cure you of the suffering your tainted blood surely brings you. If it had been possible, I would have done it before now.
Why didn't you tell me about this cure before?
It is a secret, and it is not a simple antidote. The joining is what will make you a Grey Warden.
Am I the only recruit you have?
No, there are 2 other recruits here already. They have been waiting for us to arrive.
Wonderful. Let's get this over with then.
Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. All I ask is that you do not leave it for the time being. There is another Grey Warden in the camp by the name of Alistair. When you're ready, seek him out and tell him it's time to summon the other recruits. Until then, I have business I must attend to. You may find me at the Grey Warden tent on the other side of this bridge, should you need to.
All right. So, that concludes the Dalish origin. From here on, it's a common route that's pretty much the same across the board, except for a few minor changes. We'll get to what that means for the Dalish later. But before that, let's talk a little about that interaction we just had with King Cailan. It was pretty fucking weird, right? Like, he seems to greatly respect and hold Duncan in high esteem, but he also didn't listen to him in any meaningful way. Weird set of traits for a king to have. So, In that interest, let's look into what his daddy issues might have come from. I am going to summarize the first tie-in novel of the Dragon Age series, The Stolen Throne. So, background. Ferelden and Orlais. Ferelden used to be a province of Orlais. They rebelled a long, long time ago and won their independence. Before that, Orlais had been regularly sacking the place and sending basically the refuse over here. The poor, the criminal, all of that shit. Just flooded this entire land with them. About 40 or so years before the setting as we know it now, Orlais was under the rule of what they called the Mad Emperor, and Ferelden was, once again, a province. But the royal lineage of the Ferelden that had existed before that was still around. So you had two main leaders in this. You had Emperor Reveal, the Mad Emperor, as they called him, and Moira Theron, the Rebel Queen. There's no actual picture of her, so I just put another queen here. Hope you don't mind. Long story short, the queen was on the run. Redcliffe had been sacked. There was really nowhere for them to escape to. And as they were heading out up the shore of Lake Calenad, they were hit by an ambush. The queen and almost all of her retinue were butchered on the spot, except for her son, Merrick Theron. He's an interesting guy. So this is the king before King Cailan, the guy we met, and also his father. He's kind of like a jokester sort of a guy, but with the stuff he went through in this book and the follow-up book, which we'll get to much later, guy's been a bit through it. So he was like one of those miserable jokesters, you know? He would smile and laugh and cry himself to sleep. Anyway, this guy gets away from the ambush. He had to kill an Orlesian soldier with his bare hands, the first life he's ever taken. So, traumatized, weeping, stumbling through the forest, he runs into a bandit and his father. That bandit was Loghain MacTier, the secondary main character of The Stolen Throne. A lot of this book is going to focus on the relationship between these two for very good reasons, as we'll see when we get back into the game. Loghain's he's a bit of a stick in the mud at first, but he really warms up. He's kind of a tsundere from the moment they meet. Eventually, I say eventually, but very quickly in the grand scheme of things, like pretty much just a week later, after he hears what Merrick thinks about the Orlesians, he swears fealty to him basically for life. Pretty weird for a bandit kid to do, but he does. Loghain gets separated from his father as they're getting away, and they have a bunch of misadventures from here on, including getting kidnapped by elves and meeting with a witch of the wilds named Flemeth. We'll get to her later. Flemeth also had Loghain's dad strung up in her yard, and instead of answering why the fuck she did that, she started talking about Merrick's personal life and revealing Loghain's deepest insecurities. It was a bad scene. Something that'll come up later is that she took Merrick aside and gave him a prophecy in private. We don't know what that prophecy is yet, because this was still being told from Loghain's point of view at the time. We'll come back around to that. Eventually, they meet back up with the main forces of the rebellion, and we meet Rowan Garin, Merrick's fiancée and the future queen. Rowan's an interesting lady. The first thing she does upon meeting the two is punch Loghain in the face because she thinks that he had been kidnapping him. Eventually that all gets sorted out, but she's a bit slow to warm up to the guy. It's pretty clear early on that she and Merrick have a close, friendly relationship. They were basically childhood friends. And she does love him, like, genuinely. She's not necessarily supposed to, because this was an arranged marriage, but she does hold deep affection for the guy. He respects her and her prowess. She's more of a warrior than like a fine, noble lady. But he doesn't necessarily love her. He hasn't loved anybody quite like that. And considering what he's just been through, he's kind of in no place to have a relationship talk. So, character relationships are a big, big part of the Stolen Throne. It's ostensibly about the political conflict of the Second Ferelden Rebellion, but mostly it's about these three and the changes they go through in their relation to each other. These two, pretty quick, hit it off, and they're bros for life. Merrick looks up to Rowan. Rowan genuinely loves Merrick. Loghain is fucking scared of Rowan, understandable. And Rowan isn't so sure that Merrick should be trusting this bandit boy, but she'll give him a pass for now. Eventually, they have to get away from the rest of the Orlesian forces that had led that ambush, who have since meeting back up with reinforcements. So Loghain comes up with a plan. He splits the main force into 2 units. One with Merrick, and one with Loghain wearing Merrick's cloak. The royal line of Ferelden are very known for having, like, violet as a main color scheme. So he goes with a purple cloak, and Merrick goes with Loghain's brown cloak. You know, to try to lead away at least the majority of the Orlesian forces and bait them into a war of attrition through a funnel. It's notable here that Loghain does not expect to survive this plan. He thinks he is just trying to get Merrick and Rowan away so that the Ferelden noble line can continue, and he's willing to lay his life down. He's lost his father. He didn't really have a home to go back to in the first place. But if he dies in service of Ferelden, he thinks that would make it a life worth living. Thing is, though, he actually survives. They defeat the Orlesians at admittedly heavy costs. Loghain gets the absolute shit beaten out of him, but he wins Merrick and Rowan's respect in the aftermath. From this point on, he's pretty deeply trusted and considered a master strategist by the forces of the rebellion, nascent as it is. Even though he kind of runs himself into the ground to do it. From there on, we get a bit of a time skip, and later on, the 3 main characters here, Loghain, Merrick, and Rowan, they're miserable, don't get me wrong. They're fighting for their lives and basically scrabbling for every scrap of power and advantage they can get over the Orlesians. But they'll look back on this as the happiest time in their lives. These were the salad days. Long story short, Loghain gets promoted to lieutenant within an actual hierarchy of the rebellion, which is unusual. They don't usually let commoners hold higher positions like that, so he faces a bit of pushback from what little nobility of Ferelden remains. Loghain also starts to get a bit of a crush on Rowan, but he crushes it down because he knows she's betrothed and genuinely loves Merrick. Merrick learns to rely on Rowan a little more, particularly in places of combat, because he's not so much a strategist, our Merrick. He's very charismatic, but his plans aren't taken very seriously. For good reason, they find out, after he implements a few and they go absolutely disastrously. She gets, like, genuinely upset with him for some of these plans. They can't afford to lose even a single soldier, and he's out here trying to prove himself. So there's a bit more tension in this relationship, going one direction. He has no fucking idea she's this resentful. He also has a bit of a budding inferiority complex with Loghain, who is considered a master strategist, and he is winning over the hearts and minds of the nobility. Meanwhile, Loghain is sparring and training Merrick in the ways of combat regularly. He's doing this for genuinely good reasons. He wants Merrick to be a good king in the future, and to be a good king, he has to live long enough to be crowned. So again, we're getting this unequal relationship with Merrick because he isn't willing to admit how he feels about the other two. She's mad but not expressing it because she loves him and just wants to help. And Loghain feels basically the same way, but also has a bit of guilt going on because he's crushing on Merrick's fiancée. It's a bit of a mess. It will get messier. So, end of the time skip. Loghain has put together a special unit of elves. This is very unusual. Human armies never recruit elves. Not in bulk in this particular way. He hires them as scouts and as assassins, and he bequeaths them the name the Night Elves. This is notable because their scouting reports explain to Merrick this little town called Gweren. It's a fishing and logging village, kind of by the outskirts of the Brazilian forest, up by the corner of the Korkari Wilds, and near enough to Ostagar, which is kind of a central location. Gweren is notable particularly for being quite defensible as, like, a town, but also not very defended in and of itself, because the nobility here is weak, and they're not considered important at all by the Orlesian king who rules over Ferelden at this time. If you're getting Lancelot Saga vibes, you're absolutely fucking right, and you probably know how bad this is going to go. Merrick gets a bit of hair up his butt about Gweren. He decides that he wants to take control of it and make it a foothold for the rebellion. On paper, this is actually very understandable. It's defensible, it would be easy enough to capture, and it's located just far enough away that they can count on the Orlesians being slow to respond to any news of a conquering. The nobility are, of course, against this. Technically, Merrick has to get a majority vote from them to actually have the resources to commit to this plan of attack. And they almost refuse him, but Loghain steps in and, says, yes, it's a heavy risk, but we have to take these risks if we want to overthrow the Orlesian occupation. It works. He backs up Merrick, which just feeds Merrick's inferiority complex even further, because they were listening to Loghain, even when it was his own plan. Damn it. So they get permission. They muster their forces, march on Gweren. It starts going bad. almost immediately. The Night Elves don't report back. When they actually go in to sack the city, well, not sack the city, but occupy it, hopefully peacefully, but still at sword point, by the time they walk in, there's several buildings already on fire, and the fires are spreading. It's a logging village. Everything's made of wood. When the people see Merrick coming in with his soldiers, they don't hail him as a returning king. They look at him like a conqueror. He hates this. He does not want to be seen as a military leader. He wants to bring people together. He didn't want this to be violent at all if he could avoid it. But it's already going completely to shit. And if that wasn't enough, the Orlesians are already on their way. The reason all of this went bad so fucking fast is this girl, Catriel. Something you're going to learn about Dragon Age as a series and David Gator as a writer in general. He wrote the first 2 games, by and large, and he also wrote several of the tie-in novels, this one included. A tendency with his writing is that he gets very excited about future plot twists and foreshadows them a bit too heavily. So, like, it isn't stated outright in these chapters, and won't be for a while yet, but if you have any reading comprehension at all, you will pick up pretty early on that this girl is an Orlesian spy. She is an elf, she is notably beautiful, and she is what the Orlesians call a bard, which isn't necessarily like the D&D definition of a bard. They're more assassin-y than that, like courtesans that have poison knives and all that shit. Her job, essentially, is to get in good with the rebellion, report on their activities to the Orlesians, and set them up for complete and total destruction. The intention is not to quash them in Gweren, which is why, even though they suffer a crushing defeat, they still manage to turn back the Orlesians from Gweren at heavy cost. They gain their foothold, but Merrick loses his reputation and gets severely, severely injured. He gets injured, saving Catriel from what appear to be Orlesian assailants, but are really just people in on the con, so to speak. Though they weren't in on the con enough to realize they were absolutely disposable. Those guys get super killed. And, So Merrick and the Rebellion are establishing themselves in Gweren. They're eventually, slowly but surely, starting to get the trust of the populace, with under Rowan and Loghain's leadership, largely, because Merrick is stuck in bed recuperating in Gweren Manor. During this time, Catriel goes in and seduces him. It is way, way, way easier than she expects. And not only that, he starts treating her with genuine respect and, understanding as a human being, which confuses the absolute shit out of her because she's from Orlais. People don't treat elves like this in Orlais. There's a lot of different countries in Thedas, and all of them more or less have some amount of discrimination towards elves, but nowhere else hates them quite as bad as Orlais. The fact she grew up there means she is absolutely unprepared for this human guy to, not just treat her as both an equal and a human being, but as somebody he genuinely comes to love, or at least he says that he loves her. This is pretty clearly an infatuation from a guy who's never been in a deep personal relationship. And this first time that they sleep together, he doesn't realize, and Catriel doesn't realize, that Rowan saw them. So she knows right off the bat that Merrick has cheated on her. So now we've got an even bigger relationship chart going on. Rowan tells Loghain about what's happened, and Loghain is like, what the fuck, dude? He doesn't tell anybody that he well, no. I think he implies pretty heavily to Rowan that he has feelings for her, but Rowan rejects him pretty much immediately. And she's, like, I'm sorry, emo boy's kind of hot, so she's a little bit into it. They've had this off and on flirty kind of a thing, but she is not going to act on it, and she says as much very fucking clearly. But at this point, Loghain is, like, down absolutely horrible, so he's giving longing gazes and all that, but has already basically given up on his love for her. Rowan and Loghain are both extremely suspicious of Catriel rightly from the start, because she's really fucking suspicious. This elf with an Orlesian accent just shows up all of a sudden and gets easily saved by the guy with the savior complex, and then pretty much immediately seduces him. It's fucking clear what's going on here. And Loghain and Rowan both see that. And Catriel, like, she's smart, she's good at her job, she knows these two are onto her to some large degree, but they don't come out with it quite yet. A, because they don't know how Merrick would respond, and B, because she hasn't outwardly done anything bad yet. They don't have proof. Rowan is more angry about Merrick's deception of still treating Rowan like a fiancé while also sleeping with Catriel on the side and telling her that he loves her. So, like, she didn't necessarily expect Merrick to love her in the first place, but she's pretty deeply hurt by this. Loghain gets a promotion. Yay! He's made the second in command of the rebellion, and, like, Merrick should be more upset by this, but he's so in fucking La La Land with Catriel right now that it doesn't even register for him. So Loghain is missing his best buddy, having a falling out with the woman that he is in love with and can't have, and really suspects that his best buddy's new squeeze is trying to kill everybody. So he's technically doing better than he's ever done, but he is goddamn miserable. And yes, James Bond has turned many an enemy into an ally and lover, but let's be real here. Merrick's no James Bond. He's got the charisma, but he hasn't got the cunning. As I said earlier, empty is the head that wears the crown. So, a few more years pass. The rebellion strengthens their foothold, develops a stronger standing army under the assistance of Loghain, by and large. And sooner or later, they have the power and the influence to do something. What Merrick eventually decides on is West Hill, this little place up by the northern coast of Ferelden. I think that's over by another major city and off on the other side from Denerim, which is where the nobility and notably the Orlesian king of Ferelden reside. The reason they want to sack West Hill in particular isn't just for the strategic location, but because to keep trying to quash the rebellion, the king in Denerim needs money. Or, not money, he needs soldiers. And to get soldiers, he needs to pay Orlais. And Orlais sends their soldiers from Valroyo here, up along the canal, through West Hill, over to Denerim to get their orders. So West Hill is where they keep the money to pay the Orlesians. Merrick got this information from guess fucking who. So it goes to shit pretty fucking quickly, too. At this point, Catriel has completed her job. She has led them into another ambush, this one much worse, with the intention of quashing the rebellion once and for all. They intend to kill Merrick here. But she's caught feelings too over the years. Like, she isn't used to people treating her with actual respect, and for all the suspicion, Loghain does appreciate her for what she does contribute to the rebellion. Like, she actually does earn her place there, even if she's doing it under false pretenses. So the fact that the people she's trying to kill have treated her better than her actual quote-unquote masters ever have is swaying her heart a bit. So as soon as they commit to the ambush, as soon as the point of no return is passed and she has completed her obligation to the Orlesians, she breaks off and starts helping the rebellion. But it is too late. Rowan and Loghain have headed ahead to West Hill to get the money. The trap is sprung, and the soldiers are coming in between them and the camp where they've left Merrick behind because they decided it was just too risky to bring the king into the city itself. Rowan and Loghain have to choose between committing to the fight ahead and securing the money to deny Orlais their soldiers, or turning around to return to the camp and hit the soldiers with a pincer attack to save Merrick's life. It's really no question for them at this point. They head back to save Merrick and leave the soldiers to defend for their own, hoping against hope that they'll succeed. Spoiler, they don't. It's a complete rout. Their forces are devastated, but they do manage to save Merrick. After that, they're on the run. Catriel goes with them again because she did turn coats here, but Loghain has never been more suspicious of her, and Merrick has never been more besotted. To get away from the Orlesian reinforcements that are, of course, already on their way to clean up the remains of the rebellion, they've destroyed the army, but they already know they haven't caught the king. So she suggests they go through the deep roads. The deep roads are the old dwarven taigs. We'll learn a lot more about them over the course of the entire Dragon Age series, but long story short, they are darkspawn-infested hellholes. And Catriel wants to head through them back to Gweren, because there's a pretty straight route through if you can get through the darkspawn and the monsters and the crumbling infrastructure and all the other horrible, intense dangers. Rowan and Loghain, of course, think this is another ploy, but they also can't really argue with it. It's the only chance they have of getting back to Gweren and securing some kind of support to fend off the coming Orlesian attack. This is their last resort. Everybody was having such a bad time in there. They get attacked by monsters. Rowan gets injured several times over. Loghain gets injured several times over. They get help from some of the Deep Road dwarves, known as the Legion of the Dead, who are basically criminals condemned to fight Darkspawn until they die. But those dwarves do decide to help the rest of them get out through to the other side. It works. eventually they do, but along the way, several intense personal revelations have come about. Merrick's infidelity gets aired. Rowan confronts him, and he admits that he has been continuing to sleep with Catriel after that first night. And not only that, he intends to make her the queen. An elf, the queen of Ferelden. His heart is in the right place, but he is both setting Catriel up to get assassinated, screwing over Rowan, who has all the qualities of a fantastic queen, and kind of alienating everybody else who cares and loves for him for the sake of a woman that everybody but him knows has already betrayed him from the get-go. It's nasty. Rowan and Merrick have a pretty horrible falling out. So here is the last relationship chart before we go into the ending. Merrick and Catriel have genuine feelings for each other. They've both gotten it out in the open. They are star-crossed lovers from two different paths. He has forgiven her for betraying them, but has she forgiven herself? It's so dramatic. It is telenovela-level romance. Catriel has learned to respect Loghain and Rowan. She sees the good leaders they are, and she respects Loghain for not only treating elves with equal opportunities, but for bringing them in on an equal standing with the human members of the rebellion. That's new. Nobody's done that before. Loghain is fucking pissed at his best buddy for hurting the woman that he does, in fact, love. And Merrick now knows that he's lost Loghain's respect, and he's pretty deeply hurt by it. He feels terrible. But even so, he still doesn't think Rowan loves him the way that he loves Catriel. He's mistaken infatuation for actual love, and in so doing, lost not only Rowan's respect, but the opinion of basically anybody to think he can be a good king on his own merits. So, despite how badly he's hurt Rowan, Loghain encourages Rowan to forgive him for Ferelden's sake, because he doesn't think that Loghain will really be a good, or that he doesn't think Merrick will be a good king without Rowan at his side to keep his tendencies on check. Rowan, as I said before, has caught feelings for Loghain, and after that big blowout fight between everybody, she does spend one night in his arms. It's very sweet, but they never do it again. Loghain's heart is broken, but he considers it for the greater good, and so does Rowan. They get back to Gweren. It succeeds. The rebellion gets the foothold they need, and they actually manage to turn back the Orlesians, get some momentum going, and down the line they will restore the throne of Ferelden. Everything's coming up roses as far as the future of the country is concerned. But things still need to be dealt with, don't they? The future queen, quote-unquote, of Ferelden is a traitor. She has led so many people to their deaths. And she's going to sit on the throne? Not just that, but an elf. Everybody's going to be suspicious of her from the get-go. There's no way this ends well. We're getting towards the epilogue now. So let's just talk about where all these people end up and where their stories go in the future. There is a direct sequel to this book called The Calling, but for reasons that we'll get to when we get there, we can't get to that book until much later in the game, because otherwise it will spoil some pretty heavy shit and not make a whole lot of sense either. So, starting with Catriel, because this is kind of what defines the trajectory of the rest of their lives. When her treachery is publicly outed by Loghain and revealed to Merrick at long last, he kills her. It's tragic. They're both crying. She has admitted to Merrick's face that she loves him. He has said the same. But even so, for Ferelden and at Loghain's encouragement, he drives a knife through her heart. So, Catriel is dead. Loghain ascends to the throne. Or, not Loghain. Jeez. I keep saying that because I wish it's what would have happened. Merrick ascends to the throne and takes Rowan as his queen, as was intended from the start. They never, publicly broke off their engagement, so as far as, the high nobility is concerned, nothing actually changed at any point. It's just that Merrick killed some elf. Whatever. Rowan ascended with Merrick, became a fantastic queen in her own right, and bore him a son, Kaelin, the guy we just met. So that is Merrick and Rowan's son. You can see now why Kaelin turned out the way that he did. He got Merrick's good attitude and charm, but Merrick wasn't a good dad, really. He was kind of absent in Kaelin's life, and that left Kaelin with some lingering daddy issues. We'll see the consequences of that very shortly. We're already getting a bit of it. That said, it's kind of implied that Rowan never quite got over her feelings for Loghain. They had something, these two, and it never came to fruition. We'll find out what happens with Loghain in a minute. Earlier, he got introduced as Tairn Loghain. That's notable. A Tairn is one of the leading nobility of Ferelden, so he was given a noble title, essentially. He became a major military leader and continues to advise and assist King Kaelin in particularly matters of the military. It is notable that towards the end of the book, after Merrick and Kaelin talk about what Merrick being king is going to look like, we've seen over the course of the book that Loghain has put Merrick ahead of Ferelden several times over. He had good reasons for this. They need Merrick in order to keep the legitimacy of the Ferelden royal lineage, but it has resulted in catastrophic losses. They might well have lost the rebellion because Merrick needed saving and Loghain wanted to help his bro out. So Merrick made Loghain promise, cross his heart and hope to die, that he would always put Ferelden ahead of the king. Keep that in mind. And that's the Stolen Throne. We've covered pretty much everything now, at least as far as that's concerned. So, back to Dragon Age. Now that we have a whole bunch of context for why that conversation with Kaelin was the way that it was. You can kind of see Merrick's naivete and how he wasn't quite prepared properly for his role as king. We'll get to why Rowan wasn't really in the picture for him when we get to the calling. But needless to say, Kaelin didn't have the best influences. Anyway, onward. This is Ostagar, by the way. You can see why it's such a good defensive position. That is the direction I believe the Darkspawn army will be coming from. Or was it this way? No, I think it was this way. And, yeah, as you can see, high walls, choke point, forest. It's a very defensible position. The Vints had built this when they had, or no, was it the Vints or the Orlesians? I can't remember which, but one of them put this in place as a defense fortification. It's in the
You
hands
must
of
be the
Thor.
Grey Warden recruit that Duncan brought.
Hey, dude.
This place hasn't seen such bustle in centuries, I'll wager. Need a hand getting anywhere?
I'm looking for a Grey Warden named Alistair.
Try heading north. I think he was sent with a message to the mages.
Where is Duncan's tent?
Not far. It's straight ahead, just past the royal encampment. Most of your fellas are in the valley with the army, but the recruits seem to be staying up here for now.
Now, tell me a bit about Ostagar.
Used to be a fortress a long time ago, so I understand. Back in the days when the Wilders used to invade the lowlands. You were just on the eastern side of the ruin. The Tower of Ishal is there, but Tairn Logain's closed it off until the battle. This side is the King's camp. We've got the Grey Wardens here, the Circle of Magi, the Chantry. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting somebody important.
Now, we can ask about these things. Let's ask where the king is first.
Probably in his tent. He and Tairn Logain are on the southwest side of the camp. The king likes to spend time with his soldiers, though. Sometimes even without his bodyguard. Drives Tairn Logain wild, that does.
Yeah, I fucking bet it does. Do I hear dogs barking?
This is Ferelden, isn't it? The king has his kennels on the west side of camp. Stinks from all the hounds. These aren't cute puppies, though. Some of those dogs bite the darkspawn and get too much of that blood in them. It's like poison. Slow, painful death. Terrible.
Let's bear in mind the connection between Ferelden and dogs. By Orlesians and Tevinter, Ferelden leadership are often called dog lords. They have a very strong relationship with Mari in particular as warhounds. It's just an ongoing theme we'll be seeing whenever we talk about Ferelden.
A few mages, yes. They even brought those creepy quiet fellows, the Tranquil. Gives me the shivers when they talk, all cold and even. They're to the north of here, bunched up with a herd of Templars glaring at them. Can't miss it.
So, one of the most controversial things about Dragon Age as a setting is what he just mentioned, the Tranquil. We'll get to all that. But for now...
Good luck to you, then.
I'll be on my way. Let's head around this way first. He said that the king's tent was here, so... Hey, King.
Greetings. King Kalen is not in his tent right now?
Tell me about the king. You must see him a lot.
I suppose I do, though he's spending most of his time with the Grey Wardens. He rides with them wherever they go, in fact. Tairn Logain sees the king whenever he can and argues with him over coming battles, but the king just waves him off. The king wants to end the Blight with a single huge battle the bards will sing of for centuries. Do you think that's possible?
I have my doubts.
That's how the Tairn feels. He'll do what the king wants in the end, though. The king thought it was funny that Tairn called him reckless, and they fought about the queen.
I didn't know Kalen was married.
To the Tairn's daughter, no less. He wasn't happy about something she did or the king did, I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't discuss it.
So, that's notable. Logain's had a kid, and that kid is the Queen of Ferelden. Interesting. I should go.
As you wish.
Now that we've gotten that little bit, let's talk with Logain's guard.
You approach the tent of Tairn Logain. State your business.
Is the Tairn inside? What's he doing?
He's inside, but I don't think it's my place to discuss his activity.
I would like an audience with the Tairn, please.
I suppose you have a message for him. Hold on, then.
Yes, what is it? Oh, you're Duncan's new Grey Warden, I assume.
So, Logain looks great. See those dark circles under his eyes? Gosh, I wonder who put those there. Kind of notable right now that Tairn Logain is a warrior. Like, sword and board type warrior. In The Stolen Throne, he was portrayed kind of as like the rogue of the party. So what made him switch? Why is he wearing full plate now? A lot of it's to do with his position, but we'll get to why later on. How do you know I'm a Grey Warden?
His Majesty could not contain his excitement after your meeting. How could I not hear about you? Kaelin's fascination with the Wardens goes beyond the ordinary. Are you aware his father brought your order back to Ferelden?
We'll get to that when we get to the calling, but yeah, King Merrick helped out the Grey Wardens in a really big way. A fascination you don't share?
The Wardens are impressive, but not as relevant as Kaelin thinks. I see you're a Dalish. Marek knew a Dalish elf once. Never saw an equal with the bow before or since. I don't suppose you'll be riding into the thick of battle with the rest of your fellows, will you?
No, he's not talking about Catriel there. Catriel was not a Dalish. I don't know if I'll be in the thick of battle with my fellows.
If Kaelin has his way, you will. Now I must return to my task. Pray that our king proves amenable to wisdom, if you're the praying sort.
You don't seem very fond of him.
He is Marek's son, and the leader of my beloved Ferelden, and a very young man. I try to keep that in mind, as should you.
So, if we didn't have the context of the book, Loghain would come across as kind of an obvious villain here, right? Like, he's kind of got the Palpatine face going on. He's exhausted, bitter, clearly not on good terms with the king, who's been pretty nice to us so far. A lot of people who haven't read the book still basically consider him that. It's a tragedy. Now, Duncan's over here, but we're not getting to him. Let's look around a bit.
Here in this hour, good folk of Ferelden, and
we're not going to be doing a whole lot of side quests.
This isn't good. I hate to waste such a promising member of the breed.
But this is an exception.
Are you the new warden? I could use some help.
We'll see why in a minute. What's the problem?
This is a Mabari. Smart breed and strong. His owner died in the last battle, and the poor hound swallowed darkspawn blood. I have medicine that might help, but I need him muzzled first.
Why do you think I could muzzle him?
You're a Grey Warden, or soon will be. All Wardens are immune to the darkspawn taint. The most you have to worry about is some tooth marks.
Oh yeah, immune. I'm totally... Yeah, no worries.
Go in the pen and let him smell you. We'll know right away if he'll respond. Let's hope this works. I'd really hate to have to put him down.
The dog looks up at you respectfully, backing down from his aggressive stance. You can see intelligence in his eyes, as well as a great deal of pain. This animal was very ill. Let's put the muzzle on the dog. Mabari growls weakly, but does not challenge you.
Well done. Now I can treat the dog properly, poor fella. Come to think of it, are you heading into the wilds anytime soon?
I might be. Why?
There's a particular herb I could use to improve the dog's chances. It's a flower that grows in the swamps here, if I remember. If you happen across it, I could use it. It's very distinctive, all white, with a blood-red center.
Will the dog be alright without it?
If he doesn't get it, chances are he'll need to be put down.
Where in the wilds would I find this flower?
It usually grows in dead wood that collects at the edge of ground pools. Should be plenty this time of year.
I'll see if I can find it.
Good. In the meantime, I'll begin treating our poor friend.
I would never leave such an adorable puppy in the lurch. That's why we're doing this quest today. But it's not too big of a deal. It won't distract too much from the main story.
He shall not find you wanting. Go not into death
Here's one
gladly,
of the
but with the
mages.
knowledge that evil has been held at bay by your spilled blood.
Greetings, young lady. You are Duncan's newest recruit, are you not? He's not a man easily impressed. You should be proud. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wynne, one of the mages summoned by the king.
I've seen quite a few mages today.
The Circle sent many. Mages have always helped in past blights. To defeat the Darkspawn, we have to work together. It's not an idea everyone seems able to grasp.
So, a couple implications with what she's saying. Mages aren't trusted very much by your average Tom, Dick, and Harry. And that's because mages can get possessed very easily. See, the way magic works in this setting is that mages are able to pull magic from the Fade, which is like the dreaming realm, the ethereal plane, whatever you want to call it, the other world of magic and chaos. And that place is separated from mundane reality by something called the Veil. Mages are people born, though not necessarily hereditarily, with the ability to reach through the Veil and pull over magic. The thing is, this draws the attention of spirits. You remember that story about the Brazilian forest? That thing that was in the alder tree was a spirit possessing the tree. And that book was written by the Chantry. The Chantry more or less run the circles of Magi, which are, essentially, prisons where they put all the mages to keep them from mixing with the main populace. Because if a mage gets possessed and turns into a demon, they just start killing everybody. This is why I'm a little suspicious of the truth of that Brazilian forest codex. Because the Chantry itself has good reason to spread propaganda that spirits are always evil, always destructive, will kill you, do not trust them. We need the Chantry and their Templars to protect us from the spooky mages. This is an ongoing thing with the series. We'll see a lot more about this in Dragon Age 2 in particular. Anyway, do you know much about Darkspawn?
Some. Do you? Do you know about the connection between them and the Fade, for example?
We call it the Beyond, but I know of no connection.
Anytime your spirit leaves your earthly body, whether it's to dream or to die, it passes into the realm we call the Fade. It's home to many spirits, some benevolent, others far less so. At the heart of the Fade lies the Black City.
Remember what Tamlin said when he was looking through the mirror? A city? Underground? What is the Black City?
Some say the Black City was once the seat of the Maker. But when the mages from the Tevinter Imperium found a way into the city, it was tainted with their sin. That taint transformed those men, turning them into twisted reflections of their own hearts. And the Maker cast them back to the Earth, where they became the first Darkspawn. At least that's what the Chant of Light says.
You remember that quote from the very beginning of the intro cinematic? The excerpt of Canticles? Or no, the Canticle of Threnodies, I think. Your actions have brought sin to mankind and doom upon all the world. That excerpt was about this. About Tevinter and the Magisterium invading the Black City and being turned into the first Darkspawn for their sin. But, you know, the Chantry says a lot of stuff.
It may be allegory, meant to teach us that our own evil causes human suffering. Or it may be true. It is as good an explanation as any for now.
At least it's something to ponder.
Yes, occasionally it's wise to contemplate one's actions. But I'm certain Duncan has more for you to do than talk to me.
And if you go to stand beside
I like
me,
Wynn.
go
We're
without
going to be
her,
seeing more of her.
for you
She's
shall not be
a
forgotten.
cranky old lady
My
with a
friends,
good heart.
let us bow our heads and remember those who have fallen and those who have been
So,
I'm sorry, but the mages must not be interrupted.
here are some mages doing wild shit. Here's a couple soldiers. Now, these guys don't have the same armor as we're seeing on the main army here.
I'm sorry, but the mages must not be interrupted.
The mages must not be interrupted. Their spirits are in the Fade.
The Fade is the realm of dreams and the land of the dead, or so the mages tell us. Regardless, they are not to be disturbed, not even by Grey Wardens.
As you wish. So, this kind of illustrates the relationship between mages and Templars, at least in a shallow way. They are, by and large, separated from the rest of the world by people in big suits of shiny armor that have the ability to dampen their magic. That's why the Templars are the ones that guard against mages. It's a pretty fucked up relationship. You put vulnerable people who are imprisoned against their will under the care of people with big suits of armor and a certain amount of power and little to no accountability. You can imagine the direction these things go sometimes. If you play a mage in this game, you always start in a circle tower, and you really get to see how bad it can get. But that's not any of our business.
Make her a bow.
We're no mage. But over here, who's this guy? A Tranquil.
Welcome, young woman.
Remember the guy mentioned these fellas earlier, right? That these are, creeps. That they're eerie. Like they're always dissociated. Who are you?
I am one of the Tranquil, my friend. I am of the Circle of Magi. But instead of casting spells and reading tomes, I spend my time enchanting. It is a time-consuming process, but invaluable. Enchantment provides the Circle its wealth. Certainly we would not get by on charity.
Notable thing here. Look at this guy's face. Something that they establish in the later games, but don't really do here, is that the Tranquil are supposed to be marked with the brand of a sun mark on their forehead. That's how the Rite of Tranquility is performed. It is essentially taking away their latent magical abilities as well as all emotion. And, like, they don't lose their memories, but they lose any connection to who they were. They become kind of robotic and easily focused on tasks. They turn into worker bees. It's kind of a mix between lobotomy and, unfortunately, an autism metaphor. That is why these guys are so controversial in the fan base. It's not always treated with the most tact that these guys are basically autistic.
Allow me to put it this way. Do you know why those with magical talent are feared?
Not entirely, no.
Those with magical talent attract demons and spirits. We can be possessed easily and thus become horrors known as abominations. Even those with minor talents attract hungry spirits. Anyone with the power may learn blood magic from these demons. Hence, we are considered dangerous. This is our curse. Thus, I was made tranquil, stripped of emotions and talent. I am no longer dangerous.
Sounds like a horrid practice.
It might seem such to you, but I feel no horror. I am content to serve in my role.
How is someone made tranquil?
Our forehead is branded with magic, which stills our talent and mind. The process is irreversible as far as I am aware.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course. What may I assist you with?
I should go.
Goodbye.
There's no particular reason to get into enchantment other than to say it is by and large dwarves that do it.
So, any last wishes I can help fulfill before you head into battle? Life is fleeting, you know. That pretty face could be decorating some darkspawn spear this time tomorrow. Shall I take that quiet glare as a no? Oh, well, too bad.
The Riz is unbelievable.
Well, you're not what I thought you'd be.
What did you... What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, me and Sir Knight were just betting on what the third recruit would be. Not an elf, yet here you are. The name's Daveth. It's about bloody time you came along. I was beginning to think they cooked this ritual up just for our benefit.
What do you know about this ritual?
I happened to be sneaking around camp last night, see, and I heard a couple of Grey Wardens talking. So, I listened in for a bit. I'm thinking they plan to send us into the wilds.
So what? That wouldn't frighten me.
Cannibals, beasts, witches, and now Darkspawn. What isn't to be scared of? It's all too secretive for me. Makes my nose twitch. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Like we have a choice.
They're forcing you to be here?
I've got nowhere else to go after what Duncan saved me from. Anyway, I expect it's time to get back to Duncan. That's where I'll be if you need me for anything.
So, that was one of the other Grey Warden recruits. Seems nice enough, but a bit of a skis ball. Anyway, here's the quartermaster. This is the only shop in the area, and unfortunately, we can't kill him.
You there, elf. Where's my armor? And why are you dressed so preposterously?
How dare you address me so, human?
What? Oh, you're the one who arrived with the Grey Warden. Please, forgive my rudeness. There are so many elves running about, and I've been waiting for... It's simply been so hectic. I never thought... But please, pardon my terrible manners. I am just the quartermaster, a simple man. No one special.
He changed his tune right fucking quick. Perhaps you should treat your servants more kindly.
Yes, of course, you're very right. Did you come for some supplies, perhaps?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Let me know what you'd like.
So, let's sell this Dalish armor. Keeping the Keeper's ring, fuck you. Our weapons are pretty alright, so I don't see a reason to do that, but... It might be better to come back here later when we have more loot. For now, I just want to put on Keeper's ring. It's just a small dexterity boost, but sentimental value, you know? So we were told that Alistair is somewhere around here, but first, let's go over here and just talk to this elven servant.
You're very lucky to have such an opportunity. I'm sorry, but there's so much to do before the battle. I must attend to my duties or I'll get the switch.
So if that doesn't illustrate how elven servants are treated in this world, I don't know what does. Yeah, of course. War Council, so we'll be going back there in a bit. Here's our man, Alistair.
What is it now? Haven't Grey Wardens asked more than enough of the Circle?
I simply came to deliver a message from the revered mother, Sir Mage. She desires your presence.
What her reverence desires is of no concern to me. I am busy helping the Grey Wardens, by the King's orders, I might add.
Should I have asked her to write a note?
Tell her I will not be harassed in this manner.
Yes, I was harassing you by delivering a message.
Your glibness does you no credit.
Here I thought we were getting along so well. I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
Enough. I will speak to the woman if I must. Get out of my way, fool.
You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together.
You are a very strange human.
You're not the first to tell me that. Wait, we haven't met, have we? I don't suppose you happen to be another mage.
I like this guy too. Spoiler alert, this is one of the main party members, so we'll be seeing a lot of him over the course of the game. Would that make your day worse?
Hardly. I just like to know my chances of being turned into a toad at any given moment. Wait, I do know who you are. You're Duncan's new recruit, the Dalish. I should have recognized you right away. I apologize.
And you must be Alistair.
Did Duncan mention me? Nothing bad, I hope. As the junior member of the Order, I'll be accompanying you when you prepare for the joining.
Pleased to meet you. My name is Lina.
Right, that was the name. You know, it just occurred to me that there have never been many women in the Grey Wardens. I wonder why that is.
Probably because we're too smart for you, but really, you want more women in the Wardens, do you?
Would that be so terrible? Not that I'm some drooling lecher or anything. Please stop looking at me like that. So I'm curious. Have you ever actually encountered Darkspawn before?
Yeah, just recently.
I've only fought them once up close, and that was before the battles here started, which Duncan has kept me out of so far. Tell me, did you find them as monstrous as I did?
Hideous, dangerous, but killable.
You'll be at an advantage then. Most new recruits have never even seen Darkspawn. Anyhow, whenever you're ready, let's get back to Duncan. I imagine he's eager to get things started.
That argument I saw, what's that about?
With the mage. The Circle is here at the King's request, and the Chantry doesn't like that one bit. They just love letting mages know how unwelcome they are. Which puts me in a bit of an awkward position. I was once a Templar.
You were a mage hunter?
Not that that's all Templars do, but yes, the Chantry raised me until Duncan recruited me 6 months ago. I'm sure the revered mother meant it as an insult, sending me as her messenger, and the mage picked right up on that. I never would have agreed to deliver it, but Duncan says we're all to cooperate and get along. Apparently they didn't get the same speech.
I look forward to traveling with you.
You do? Huh, that's a switch. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, lead on.
I love this guy. Right. Tutorials. I forgot to turn these off. Change preset to Defender. Ooh, done. I'm just gonna turn the tutorials off real quick. Because I don't want that interrupting the game anymore. Oh, and if you're wondering why our stamina is depleted like this and not recovering, it's because I still have dual striking on. Ongoing skills like that just take a chunk and reduce your max, but don't actually eat up stamina, so... That's an ongoing system in these games. So, we've met Terran Logain, we've met Wynn, we've talked with some of the mages, we've hooked up with Alistair. I think we've done everything we really need to do. There's a lot more people you can talk to around here to get more world-building stuff. Like I said, Dragon Age Origins is largely meant as an exposition, so...
Soldiers of Ferelden.
Let's meet back up with Duncan. Keep going.
You found Alistair, did you? Good. I'll assume you're ready to begin preparations. Assuming, of course, that you're quite finished riling up mages, Alistair.
What can I say? The revered mother ambushed me. The way she wields guilt, they should stick her in the army.
She forced you to sass the mage, did she? We cannot afford to antagonize anyone, Alistair. We don't need to give anyone more ammunition against us.
I apologize, Duncan. I'll go collect who we're missing. This is Sir Jory, a knight from Redcliffe.
How'd you do?
And this, of course, is the recruit that Duncan said he was bringing.
That's me, the new girl.
Now then, since you're all here, we can begin. You four will be heading into the Korkari Wilds to perform 2 tasks. The first is to obtain 3 vials of Darkspawn blood, 1 for each recruit.
Surely you could have acquired some blood before now.
Of course. You must work together to collect the components, however. It's as much a part of the joining as what comes after.
And what's the second task?
There was once a Grey Warden archive in the wilds, abandoned long ago when we could no longer afford to maintain such remote outposts. It has recently come to our attention that some scrolls have been left behind, magically sealed to protect them. Alistair, I want you to retrieve these scrolls if you can.
And what if they're no longer there?
It's possible the scrolls may have been destroyed or even stolen, though the seal's magic should have protected them. Only a Grey Warden can break such a seal.
I don't understand. Why leave such things in a ruin if they're so valuable?
It was assumed that we would someday return. A great many things were assumed that have not held true.
Okay. I'll find the archive and 3 vials of blood. Got it.
The scrolls contain treaties promising support. Treaties that may prove valuable in the days to come. Watch over your charges, Alistair. Return quickly and safely.
We will.
Then may the Maker watch over your path. I will see you when you return.
Okay. We now have Jory and Davith in our party. Start with Jory.
Greetings. It is good to finally have a moment to speak with you.
Where are you from, Jory?
I hail from Redcliffe, but Duncan recruited me in Highover, a city off the northern coast. Have you traveled there?
I've never been away from my clan.
I was in Arl Eamon's retinue when he attended King Maric's funeral. It was in Highover that I met my Helena. I was smitten. She has the most beautiful eyes, my Helena. Now, for years, I found any excuse to return there. We married a year ago. Arl Eamon gave me leave to serve in Highover, but I was attempting to persuade Helena to come to Redcliffe with me, at least until I was recruited.
So you abandoned her?
Never. I will return to her once my duty is done and the Blight defeated.
Well, you have fun with those flags, buddy.
Indeed.
Yes?
Let's get to know Davith a little more here. Where are you from, Davith?
I grew up in a village about a day's trip to the east. Little blot you wouldn't even find on a map. Haven't been back in years. I struck out for the city as soon as I could outrun my pa. I've been in Denerim for what, 6 years now? Never liked it much, but there's more purses there than anywhere else.
So you're a cut purse?
And a pickpocket, thank you very much. Or was, anyhow. Who'd ever guess I'd end up a Grey Warden?
So what do you think of Duncan?
All right for an old bugger. He's faster than he looks, too.
All right. Have fun.
Hey, I'm following you, aren't I?
Alistair.
We need to get down to the wilds. The sooner you get this done, the better. Trust me.
Right, we don't talk to him yet. Okay. Onward.
Let's get started.
Hail. I'm told you all have business in the wilds. The gate's open for you. Just be careful out there. Even a Grey Warden won't be safe in the forest tonight.
Like I said, this game projects its twists pretty far ahead. So, here we are in the Korkari Wilds. Oh, squirrel.
Pretty.
Oh, puppies. Man, that's so much quicker on easy.
As you wish.
Puppy pelt. Puppy pelt. Puppy pelt. Those will get us some good money later. Oh, wait.
Let's get started.
Health potion? Why has the dog got a health potion? Fuck it. There's a side quest over there. We're ignoring it.
Over here.
Oh, hey, bud. What's up? How you
Who
doing?
is that? Grey Wardens?
Well, he's not half as dead as he looks, is he?
My scouting band was attacked by Darkspawn. They came out of the ground. Please help me. I've got to return to camp.
So, we'll bandage him up in a sec, but what he said here, they came out of the ground. Notable.
I have bandages in my pack.
Thank you. I've got to get out of here.
Did you hear? An entire patrol of seasoned men killed by Darkspawn.
Calm down, Sir Jory. We'll be fine if we're careful.
Those soldiers were careful, and they were still overwhelmed. How many Darkspawn can the four of us slay? A dozen? 100? There's an entire army in these forests.
There are Darkspawn about, but we're in no danger of walking into the bulk of the Horde.
How do you know? I'm not a coward, but this is foolish and reckless. We should go back.
You sound like a coward to me, but overcoming these dangers is part of our test.
That's true.
Know this. All Grey Wardens can sense Darkspawn. Whatever their cunning, I guarantee they won't take us by surprise. That's why I'm here.
You see, Sir Knight, we might die, but we'll be warned about it first.
That is reassuring.
That doesn't mean I'm here to make this easy, however. So let's get a move on.
Alright. No worries about BRBing. We're just going to be fighting through a bunch of Darkspawn for a little bit here. Oh, hey. Flower. That's what we need for that puppy.
This should be easy enough.
Alright. First file. Look at that second file. We're doing so good.
Look there. Poor slobs. That just seems so excessive.
Really kind of is, isn't it? Darkspawn are like that, though. Autosave. You know what that means. Death magic.
On it.
This seems like a pretty open map. It is. There's a lot of side content in this game, but we're playing on easy, so we don't like really need to do it. We're not that desperate for levels. That said, fruit, pile of rocks. See a pile of stones covered in a fine layer of dust and ash. Isn't there something just at the bottom of this hill? Oh yeah, this guy. Pouch of ashes and an excerpt from local myths. Long story short, this talks about the legend of a spirit named Gazrath and how he can be resurrected with ashes. There's a pile of rocks up here. What happens if we sprinkle the ashes on these rocks? Hey, buddy.
You had it coming!
Right then, okay, done with you now.
Dunzo.
As you wish.
Chainmail, gray iron, medium armor. That's very, very good. Actually, yeah. Enchanter's footing. We don't need that in the blank range. Not just yet, fellas. Set going so far. Tarnish. Poultice injury kit. Yeah, it's good stuff. Stuff we can sell.
Move and parry, strike and kill! Time for some fun! Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? Let's get started.
A lot of good stuff on this guy.
This should be easy enough.
Yep, might as well. Let's see, is the Darkspawn bow better than mine? It is. A lot of levels, it is. -1 dexterity, though. We can't really afford that. The enchanted dagger, though. That does seem very good. We'll put that in our offhand. And fire arrows. That seems like a good thing for our bow loadout. We'll put on the chainmail when we can get a full set. So that's where progress is. We head in there to keep on the main story.
On it.
Once you're back, I'll head in there, but until then... It's a pretty important cutscene, so... Good equipment just laying around here for the taking. There is if we did the whole, like, side quest, but I don't really want to do that. Let's check out down this way.
This should be easy enough.
Oh, Alistair. I can only put it off so long, so I guess I'll have to catch you up before you can catch the ball. Hey, just in time. We're about to get a cutscene. We haven't really missed much, just some equipment stuff and checking out the area here. Not a whole lot to be done. But we did gather the vials of Darkspawn blood that we needed, so now we just need to grab those papers Duncan was talking about. Look, there they are.
Let's get started.
Yeah, I got the flower.
Well, well. What have we here? Are you a vulture, I wonder? A scavenger, poking amidst a corpse whose bones were long since cleaned? Or merely an intruder, come into these darkspawn-filled wilds of mine in search of easy prey?
Yeah.
What say you, Scavenger or intruder?
This is Morrigan. She's also very controversial. We will see why later. I know I've said that a lot, but holy shit. Intruder. And just how are these your wilds?
Because I know them as only one who owns them could. Can you claim the same? I have watched your progress for some time. Where do they go, I wondered? Why are they here? And now you disturb ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that?
Don't answer her. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby.
Oh, you fear barbarians will swoop down upon you.
Yes, swooping is bad.
She's a witch of the wild, she is. She'll turn us into toads.
Witch of the Wilds. Such idle fancies, those legends. Have you no minds of your own? You there. Women do not frighten like little boys. Tell me your name and I shall tell you mine.
You can call me Lina.
And you may call me Morrigan, if you wish. Shall I guess your purpose? You sought something in that chest? Something that is here no longer?
Here no longer? You stole them, didn't you? You're some kind of sneaky witch thief.
How very eloquent. How does one steal from dead men?
Quite easily, it seems. Those documents are Grey Warden property, and I suggest you return them.
I will not, for 'twas not I who removed them. Invoke a name that means nothing here any longer if you wish. I am not threatened.
Then who removed them?
'Twas my mother, in fact.
Can you take us to her?
There is a sensible request. I like you.
I'd be careful. First it's, I like you, but then zap. Frog time.
She'll put us all in the pot, she will. Just you watch.
If the pot's warmer than this forest, it'd be a nice change.
Follow me then, if it pleases you.
So she kept talking about a witch of the wilds. Remember that witch that Merrick and Logain met?
Greetings, Mother. I bring before you 4 Grey Wardens who...
I see them, girl. Much as I expected.
Are we supposed to believe you were expecting us?
You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Shut one's eyes tight or open one's arms wide. Either way, one's a fool.
She's a witch, I tell you. We shouldn't be talking to her.
Quiet, Davith. If she's really a witch, do you want to make her mad?
There is a smart lad. Sadly irrelevant to the larger scheme of things, but it is not I who decides. Believe what you will. And what of you? Does your elven mind give you a different viewpoint? What do you believe?
I believe you're crazy and possibly dangerous.
Is that all? Surely your mind stretches farther than these surroundings. So much about you is uncertain, and yet I believe. Do I? Why, it seems I do.
So this is a dreaded Witch of the Wilds.
Witch of the Wilds, huh? Morrigan must have told you that. She fancies such tales, though she would never admit it. Oh, how she dances under the moon.
They did not come to listen to your wild tales, Mother.
True, they came for their treaties, yes? And before you begin barking, your precious seal wore off long ago. I have protected these.
You... Oh, you protected them?
And why not? Take them to your Grey Wardens and tell them this Blight's threat is greater than they realize.
What do you mean the threat is greater than they realize?
Either the threat is more, or they realize less. Or perhaps the threat is nothing. Or perhaps they realize nothing. Oh, do not mind me. You have what you came for.
Time for you to go, then.
Do not be ridiculous, girl. These are your guests.
Oh, very well. I will show you out of the woods. Follow me.
So that old lady's pretty fun, huh? That would be Flemeth, the same witch that Logain and Morrigan met. We'll be seeing a lot of her over the course of Dragon Age. She's fun.
Let's get back to Duncan quickly. If we wait too long, you won't be able to swing a dead cat without hitting a darkspawn.
Before we get back to Duncan, I'd like to sell some stuff, give the dog his flour, etc., etc. First,
The Mabari's stable for now, but not improving. Unless I get that herb I told you about, there's not much hope.
is this the flour you're looking for?
Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wonderful. Give me a moment and I'll make this into an ointment. He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could.
How long before there's an improvement?
A day, maybe 2. There's enough ointment for him to make a full recovery. Why not come back after the battle? Perhaps we can see about imprinting him on you.
possible?
Maybe. It's likely he understands you're responsible for curing him. Mabari are at least as smart as your average tax collector. Come back after the battle and just... well, take another look.
Noted. So, after the battle, we will have our puppy.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps? Let me know what you'd like.
Just gonna sell some shit and buy some shit. Equipment goes a lot further than levels necessarily in terms of actually surviving this game. Okay, so chainmail boots, leather armor. Yeah, we've already got some chainmail gray iron. So let's go for some chainmail gloves, chainmail boots. The helmet counts, but either way, we've got a full enough set of why not? Anyway, we've got a full enough set of chainmail armor. The thing about armor in this game, you get an extra bonus if you match your set. So hopefully we're good now. This longsword is better than the Dharmasan we've got right now, so I'd buy that too. And we've still got some cash left over. Alright, we're doing pretty good. Just equip that. Chainmail gloves, helmet, chainmail, and the boots. Longsword. So, we're not looking terribly Dalish anymore, but for a two-weapon fighter, medium armor is much better protection than light. Our dexterity is high, but it doesn't work on the AC system the way Dungeons and Dragons does. It's more of a damage threshold thing. So, this is very good armor to have. That said, we are on easy, and I don't care that much, so fuck off with the helmet. Alright, so we've managed the inventory, we've given the puppy his flower. Let's talk to Duncan and call him.
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful?
Not that it was easy, but yes.
Good. I've had the Circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, we can begin the joining immediately.
Maybe we should tell you about Morrigan and her mother.
There was a woman at the tower, and her mother had the scrolls. They were both very... odd.
Were they wilder folk?
I don't think so. They might be apostates. Mages hiding from the Chantry.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls. Let us focus on the joining.
Now will you tell us what this ritual is about?
I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later.
You're saying this can kill us?
As could any darkspawn you might face in battle. You would not have been chosen, however, if I did not think you had a chance to survive.
Let's go then. I'm anxious to see this joining now.
I agree. Let's have it done.
Then let us begin. Alistair, take them to the old temple.
So, this is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. It's just
the more I hear about this joining, the less I like it.
Of dark fantasy,
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
Are all humans such cowards?
I only know that my wife is in Highever with a child on the way. If they had warned me, It just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight.
We don't know that, Davith.
Don't we? The Grey Wardens have saved the world from Darkspawn before. I'd say they know better than anyone what it takes. You saw those Darkspawns tonight. Wouldn't you die to protect your pretty wife from them? Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If nobody stops the Darkspawn, we'll die for sure.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
Let's get on with it, then.
We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward. Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child.
There is
Had I
no
known...
turning back.
No, you ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry. But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden. It is finished. Welcome.
2 more deaths. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel?
I still can't believe you killed Sir Jory.
Jory was warned that there was no turning back, as were you all. When he went for his blade, however, he left me no choice. It brought me no pleasure to end his life. The Blight demands sacrifices from us all. Thankfully, you stand here as proof they are not all made in vain.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Such dreams come when you begin to sense the Darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us of those who didn't make it this far.
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the king.
I still feel in shock.
Death is never easy to accept, especially when it arrives in such a brutal fashion. Honor your comrades if you wish, but know that we must press forward. Always we must press forward. The meeting is to the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you're able.
Okay. So, that was something. Oh, shit. I forgot they just straight up give you good armor. Oh well. I can sell that shit in a sec. Is this the same? Yeah, that's the same. Warden's Oath. That's a +2 to Constitution. It's wonderful. And that's it. So, before we talk to them, we're just going to sell our crap. We won't see a shop again for a bit, so best to do this now.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps?
No, no chess piece in the woods. Not as far as I know.
Let me know what you'd like.
If there is a chess piece in the woods, I was never shown it. Helmet, damaged gloves, studded leather, chainmail, boots, 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 armor, 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 shield. Any last minute stuff we can buy here? Looks pretty. Oh, wait, almost forgot. Always buy the backpacks. That's just a straight up addition to your inventory space. There are no drawbacks. And, you know, we got a puppy on the way, so let's just get a couple of treats. Alright. So with that, I don't think there's anything else to do, so let's talk to Alistair.
If the king wants to see you and Duncan, you probably shouldn't keep him waiting. He might get mad, start crying. You'll feel bad, and, well, it won't be pretty.
I love Alistair. And, yeah, I guess Duncan does have some Ozpin vibes, but, this is a little bit of a darker story, as you might tell. I haven't gotten flung off a cliff yet, but that doesn't mean it's not coming. Just level up real quick, actually. More in strength, more in constitution, nice even numbers across the board. Bonuses to attack and defense. And shit, we can do a little more here too. Let's go ahead and get melee archer. It's good for when enemies close in quickly and you've got your bow out. Okay.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
I didn't have a choice, really.
I suppose none of us do. But every Grey Warden is needed.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from cover.
To flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
You mean I won't be fighting in a battle? I refuse to be sent on an errand.
We need the beacon. Without it, Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
You see? Glory for everyone.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
Circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough! This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Galen. A glorious moment for us all.
Yeah, as you said, Loghain has a good point, and good reasons to
You
think
heard
the way
the
he
plan.
does.
You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
I agree with Alistair. We should be in the battle.
That is not your choice. If King Cailan wishes Grey Wardens to ensure the beacon is lit, then Grey Wardens will be there. We must do whatever it takes to destroy the Darkspawn, exciting or no.
I get it, I get it. Just so you know, if the King ever asks me to put on a dress and dance the Remigold, I'm drawing the line. Darkspawn or no.
I think I'd like to see that.
For you, maybe. But it has to be a pretty dress.
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley.
When do we light the beacon?
We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for.
Can we join the battle afterwards?
Stay with the Terran's men and guard the tower. If you are needed, we will send word.
All right, know what we have to do.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
Right. Got a bit of Alistair approval for that.
Let's just get to the tower. It may not be the most glamorous job, but we'd best not dawdle.
This place is laid out so confusing. I'm pretty sure it's this way. Yeah, there's a gate this time. It's this way.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here.
Let's cross the bridge. Tower of Ishal.
So things are already going to shit. We didn't hear that they would have siege weapons.
Help me. They're everywhere. They've taken the tower. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
You remember what Alistair said back in the woods? They came up from under the ground? For everything I said about the deep roads and how dangerous they are? That's where the Darkspawn are coming from. They are literally tunneling under us all the time. Which is great.
This should be easy enough. Let's make this quick, shall we?
Take that!
Show me what you got!
Oops. No thoughts have empty of this. Oh. Oh, balls. Sorry about that. It's an older game, so it's a little unsteady on modern systems sometimes. Pretty sure we saved recently enough.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the Tower of Ishal.
You will fall!
Help me. They're everywhere. You.
Let's get that. Go ahead and quick save. Ahead of time.
Darkspawn, destroy the thieves.
There is no these
Right. Let's get started.
It'd be nice for anything other than
Cursed creatures!
very susceptible to these guys.
Here we go! Ha! That all you started.
Alistair, real quick. More Constitution. He'll be our tank for the game, for the most part, so we can have that going up. Draws enemy hostility. Yeah, he's gonna be our tank. We need him to activate. So, Tower of Vishal. It's short, but this is like the first... Oh, it drowns me out? Shit. Sorry about that. Here, I'll take down the... Can take the sound effects down, and the music further down. Hopefully that'll make things a little more bearable. Sorry about that. I, just realized I should have tested audio levels beforehand. I'll have it fixed by next time. Anyway, like I was saying, this is short, but it is the first proper dungeon that we have in this game. We'll be facing a few of them, not all that many, but they're pretty nice. I am all.
This should be easy enough.
There's always a decent amount of like side exploration and stuff to do in dungeons, but you don't really need to get into that too much playing on easy. I'll just gather what I can from the bastards. Stop.
This should be easy enough.
Right.
Okay, done with you now.
This should be easy enough.
There's so many.
Excellent! Right. As you wish. Cursed creatures!
This should be easy enough.
Excellent!
Upstairs.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
You could try telling them they're in the wrong place.
Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. We'll laugh about this later. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Taron Logain will be waiting for the signal.
Alright, now I can level up. A couple more points in cunning and one in strength. Cunning doesn't do a whole lot for us, but it does help us proc more crits and whatnot, so not bad to have. I'm gonna get one this time, but go ahead and yeah, let's get riposte. It's good to have a stunning move on hand, especially for the kinds of things we're going to be fighting soon. So as you can see, Darkspawn are very nice to their captives. We have to assume that this is what happened to Tamlin. Notice how we're picking up more money from these guys than we were before? Yeah.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
Alright. Almost done. Ooh, sneaky guy.
On your guard!
Easy stunts.
Is that all you've got? Let's get started.
Oh, there's a few. There is a few.
That lever over there, they will receive the house. Let's go! Die!
Close there, health-wise. You know.
This should be easy enough.
Good shield. Ooh, donkey. There's like loot and stuff in these rooms, but we don't really need to. Oh, well, they're coming to us, I guess.
Move it, Harry! Strike and kill! You're getting sloppy! This should be enough.
You smell great!
Right.
better, by the way? Or is it still drowning me?
On it.
Hey, food. Food is always good. I'm guessing the sound effects are largely what's doing it. Music a little and dialogue a bit, just in case the snarls count. Hopefully this should do it. One of my gripes with these games is the sound design is sometimes a little much.
Let's make this quick!
Less fighting, more dying, blast you! This should be easy enough.
Firebolts. Those will be good when we get somebody who can use a crossbow. Boss fight time. Looks like a lot of customer.
As you wish. Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
If you're playing on normal, this guy is like the difficulty wall because he soaks up so much more damage. Bully Allison. That's my boy. Alright.
The beacon is over here. We've surely missed the signal. Let's light it quickly before it's too late.
Barrels. Ah, beacon. Here, right.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
So, that was a lot, huh?
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
Hi, Morrigan. Yeah. Where am I?
Back in the wilds, of course. I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and I have just bandaged your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
She rescued me? You mean from the tower?
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
You get a lot of near-death experiences. Every time you play one of these games, you get a lot of near-death experiences. It is a BioWare title. So that's gonna happen a lot. And in case that whole cutscene didn't quite make it clear, we were a little bit late lighting the signal on account of the boss fight and everything. So when Terran Logain saw the battle turning, he sounded the retreat for his men, so he could fortify Ferelden against what is now increasingly clear is in fact an actual blight. And Kaelin and Duncan died in the process. So, if you don't have the context of the stolen throne, that decision seems pretty fucking villainous. But he made that promise to Merrick to never put the king ahead of Ferelden. He didn't say me, he said the king. So, what happened to the Grey Wardens? You mean Alistair?
The suspicious dim-witted one who was with you before, yes. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
Why does your mother want to see me?
I do not know. She rarely tells me her plans.
Were my injuries severe?
Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The Darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal.
What about Alistair? Is he alright?
He is, as you are. I suppose it would be unkind to say he is being childish.
Very unkind. Those were his friends.
And you think they would encourage his blubbering? If so, they are not the sort of Grey Wardens the legends note.
Thank you for helping me, Morrigan.
You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer.
I will go then.
I will stay and make something to eat.
She's so chill. Let's just rob the 5 copper that she has in her box here. And depart.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
It takes more than a few Darkspawn to kill me, apparently.
Duncan's dead. The Grey Wardens. Even the King. They're all dead. Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
So, why did you save us?
Well, we cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these Darkspawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blights. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
Land is hardly united thanks to Loghain. Again, we don't know his tragic backstory or anything, so to the average person, kinda looks like he left everybody to die.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon.
What is this Archdemon exactly?
It is said that long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Tevinter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An Archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by Darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history.
We should contact the rest of the Grey Wardens.
Kaelin already summoned them. They'll come if they can, but I expect Loghain has already taken steps to stop them. We must assume they won't arrive in time.
Will you help us fight the Blight, Flemeth?
Me? I am just an old woman who lives in the wilds. I know nothing of blights and darkspawn.
Well, whatever Loghain's insanity, he obviously thinks the Darkspawn are a minor threat. We must warn everyone this isn't the case.
And who will believe you? Unless you think to convince this Loghain of his mistake.
He just betrayed his own king. If Arl Eamon knew what he did at Ostagar, he would be the first to call for his execution.
Arl Eamon? Is this someone important?
I suppose. Arl Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
Keep in mind that Loghain was also an honorable man.
The Arl would never do what Tairn Loghain did. I know him too well. I still don't know if Arl Eamon's help would be enough. He can't defeat the Darkspawn horde by himself.
We need the rest of the Grey Wardens.
I don't know how to contact them, or if they're even on their way. We need to do something now.
You have more at your disposal than you think.
Of course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
I doubt it'll be as easy as that.
And when is it ever?
It's always been the Grey Warden's duty to stand against the Blight. And right now, we're the Grey Wardens.
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
I don't suppose you could offer any more help?
Now that you mention it, I do have one more thing to offer.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
Thank you, but if Morrigan doesn't want to join us...
Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the horde.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Is this your idea all along?
Pardon me, but I had the impression that you two needed assistance, whatever the form.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother? This is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
She won't come to harm with us.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the Wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
I have no problems with your presence if Alistair doesn't.
From the way he glares, I imagine that answer is clear.
Do you really want to take her along because her mother says so?
We need all the help we can get. Get over yourself, Alistair.
If you worry that I will summon demons and transform into an abomination, I assure you I will at least wait until you are not looking.
I feel better already.
I think we should just get going.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the Blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Mother of the Year, our Flemeth. So that's... I just love that the grumpy, mysterious, dark and edgy mage joins the party because her mama told her to. So fucking good. Anyway. Venture forth. So, our first destination, and in fact the only place we can really go, is Lothering. Let's just head there real quick. This is like those old classic RPGs where you can have encounters while traveling. This is dinner room.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your Lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banon will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Van Tegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Van Tegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
Yeah, so you can see how Loghain really reads as a villain to people who haven't read the book. He's bitter, he's tired, he really doesn't want Orlais to take advantage of it. And yet, he doesn't have that Kaelin Riz, you know? Subtle.
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends. How about you? Had it coming! You're getting sloppy! Let's get started. You don't win! Let us end this! Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
He wags his tail happily and pants. Those Darkspawn didn't hurt you, boy, did they?
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
Of course Morrigan's a cat person. I've always wanted a dog like this. Maybe it's meant to be. Happy bark. So, you technically do get to name this dog. But in my opinion, you don't actually get a choice in the matter. This is Barkspawn. And he is now a party member. We're not going to take him along too often. He doesn't have the best combat utility, but there is one extremely important cutscene that he will be a vital part of later on in the game. Best boy.
This should be easy enough.
Oh, wait. Can level our boy up. Get a bit more of that con and some willpower. He could use the stamina. Let's see. I'll give him more combat tactics. I can set that up off stream. Combat tactics are like, you can kind of set the party's AI. So like, if they see a certain number of enemies grouped together, they'll use the AoE attack, etc., etc., etc. Alright, so ahead of here, we'll be going straight through to Lothering, and from Lothering, the whole map opens up. We have pretty much reached the point of the game's full-on premise. What we're going to be doing for the rest of Origins is going through place by place and using the tree to gain allies to turn back the Blight, this being the 5th Blight. That's going to be it for this stream, I think. I've been going for 4 hours now, and seems like a proper enough place to leave off. We've covered the intro, the Battle of Ostagar, and gotten our mission going forward. So, it's going to save, new save, end of stream 1. Alright. I'll call it here, but y'all can find me on Discord as per usual, and I'll see y'all next time. Thanks for joining me, man.